Hello. What a professional introduction that was. Goodness gracious. Hello everybody, and welcome. You should be able to hear me live on YouTube and Twitch if everything's gone according to plan, which I think thanks not really account to my professionalism whatsoever, but largely thanks to, again, a huge shout out to Huck for wrangling this together and being my US correspondent across the other side of the world. It is so brilliant to have everybody here today for a community multiplayer event, the largest one I believe we've done so far, at least first equal. We have 7 total players. Here you can see them in all of their glory. When I first jumped into the lobby, I think it was Devilish, was JumboPixel. I was awfully confused. I thought this one is going to be a really odd looking game. Either way, Siri's not sure she understands, but I know perfectly fine and good what's going on. We are playing a community multiplayer game. Try and do one of these a month. We didn't do one in February, but February doesn't count because it decided to be 3 days shorter than the rest. So up yours, February. Either way, here we are at the start of March, and we are ready to go. Devilish has been a member for 11 months. How about it? Kia ora, mate. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Has that ever stopped me? Never. Remember to like, subscribe, chat, and vote for Devilish for King. Chicken Bros also has been a member for 6 months of the Mini Pixels. Hey guys, I'm live. Sorry, work has consumed me. Work. Welcome to everybody who's in chat as well. It's so cool to see so many regular faces and also a couple of new faces. I have been keeping up with the chat but not replying to it actively because I've just been in a call with the Discord with these fine people who are in the Discord right now, and you can see their perspectives if you're in there too. Either way, thank you very much to everybody who responded to the call on the YouTube community page that I posted for calling players to come in and throw us their details or whatever and sign up for this game. I replied to, in total, 10 people. It was sort of 6 people, and then we replied to 7 people, and then it was 8 people, and then, oh, actually, no, it was 9 people. Oh, actually, I believe there was 10 people. And I believe 3 did not respond. So we had a 70% success rate, which was pretty good. Dusk, thank you for the 15 Dusk and Shekels. Dusk says, good luck, you'll need it, with a super chat. I say, bring it on. I was joking on the Discord. I said, go easy on me, and then I thought, oh, gee, I hope they realize I'm joking. So then I said, really don't go easy on me, to try and counterbalance it. And now I'm not sure what I've done to diplomacy. Either way, it looks like everybody is basically ready but me. Let me just check that I know how to use the chat function. Vital, of course, to do the little the little @ thing here first, right? So that I can see the private message / whisper Huck. Hey Huck, let's destroy the world like we secretly planned all along. Sincerely. Okay, cool. So that system works perfectly well. Brilliant. Audio seems a bit quiet, yeah? Audio is a little bit quiet, is it, Alexander? I can fix that. Thank you for letting me know. Is that the game audio, or my voice audio, or both? Cameron calling it out as well. Just me, but your voice is very low versus the game music. Ooh. Wow. We can't have that. Okay. Last time I turned the game music up at someone's request. I feel like I might have just been trolled. Hold on a minute. My microphone mainly. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know. No, it wasn't just you. Oh, jeez. Sorry to everybody on the Discord call who's probably could also barely hear me. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with the technical difficulties. That was entirely my fault. I'd been messing with the thing and moving stuff around and chucking stuff on my back and either way. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. Okay. I think we're good. I'm going to ready up so that these people can get started because we have people playing from around the world. Some people 12 hours later than I. So, let me ready up and let's begin this game. Whabam. Boom. It's done. Okay, welcome in. The rule set for today is actually the least restrictive rule set we've ever had, I think. There are no limits on cultures whatsoever. None. Zip. Zilch. Zibbity zilch nada. No limits. You can play a scientist, and then a scientist, and then you can just do literally whatever you like with your cultures. However, on the military side, we've decided to make it that all battles will be insta-resolve, rather than manual and then insta-resolve, or then auto-resolve. Only because I deem the difference to be relatively minimal, but the impact that it makes on the overall timing and fluidity of the game, and how long the game will take, really does make a big difference. So this time we're going to try, hey, no limits on cultures, go nuts, you do you. However, all battles will be insta-resolved. We're playing with more players than previously. Definitely more than the first time. I think more than the second time as well. I would have to go back and check, but I think we have one more player than the second time. Because there's always a few people who either, don't make it, or miss the invite, or, get called into work or whatever, that kind of thing. King of Toto, thank you so much for resubscribing for 4 months in a row. Good morning to you. Yeah, I'm excited for another multiplayer game too. Go ahead, Jumbo. Burn the world? Love going to give the great work. Thanks, Blackpaw. I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words. Especially when they're highlighted like that. It makes it very easy to read. YouTube stopped showing when I'm live to you, Che. Well, I'll have words with no one. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't know why they would do that. But these things do happen from time to time. Part of the process, I guess. Love the multiplayer games. Me too, Pete. Me too. Okay, my screen kind of such a teeny Jumbo adjust the mics. Oh god. Oh yeah, jeez. Rip to the poor headphone user who had already adjusted their microphone levels. I'm sorry. I am sorry to you. Play the Hittites? An early request for the Hittites in chat? That person really wants to see the world burn. What a terrible suggestion. What a terrible suggestion. When will you do another one of these? Do I need to get money to play? I will. No, you don't. You don't need to. No. There were slots open to everybody through just a community channel post on YouTube, and I also tweeted about it, and we also posted it in the members Discord. So there were multiple ways to interact with it. One of them was through the channel membership. That's most definitely the easiest way, as history has proven, because none of the non-members who were invited responded to the call, because it's very difficult to interact with just random comments is the difficulty. But that is the only difficulty, and that's only down to the fact that the system's just not in place. But the call went out to non-members and members alike. But thank you. Thank you very much for becoming one. I'll post a members post likely later today or tomorrow, with an updated invite link to the Discord, because I know that there's been 1 or 2 people who have joined over the last few days, and I know that those links expire, so I'll post a new one of those if we haven't reached out to you individually already. Okay. Oh jeez. 48 seconds. Wish me luck, everybody. I'm going in deep. That's pretty good first settle, but pretty bad scouting. But I'm going to take it. He's not gonna take... I'm going to take it. I'm absolutely going to take it. And then I have no more movement left on this unit, but I do have a food discovery down the river. These things usually yield somewhere between 15 and 20 food, so I can likely get... Well, I don't even know what that is on Blitz mode. I should have also mentioned, we're playing on Blitz mode, and we're playing with, as usual, a pretty aggressive turn timer. Another reason why we will be insta-resolving all of these fights. Welcome, Hugai, Toski, to the mini pixels, by the way. Thanks so much. Rag, glad to see you just made it in time as well. Look at this, I've even got time to respond to chat. How great are these first few turns? Okay, could go down there toward the horses, which would be a good next settle. But I'm going to go and grab the food because that's going to give me 4 dudes. I would ideally like to get the science, so I need to really quickly dismiss all of these stupid messages. To see if there's some science around here somewhere. Please. Please. Somebody. A microscope. Anything. A fossil. Something. Okay, there isn't. Does that matter? You know, I kind of think maybe it doesn't. Mana Surge, thank you for following on Twitch. Much appreciated. I think I should just choose a culture. Oh, jeez. Oh, no! I don't know who to choose. I can't. I've already missed the Egyptians and the Harappans. I am definitely not playing the Hittites, because whoever suggested that really does want to see the world burn. And I'm not burning this world. Or am I? Hello? Yeah, come on, let's go. I should have probably broken that up a little bit first, before I grabbed these nuts. It's fine, but probably missed some opportunities here to scout this out a little bit better. I'm thinking I'll choose the Phoenicians or the Nubians, depending on... Wham bam, thank you ma'am. There's that extra science. That's what I wanted to get done during this turn. 26 seconds remaining, so not really a lot of time to stop and smell the roses, or however the saying goes. I'm gonna grab 1 extra science from that. It's throwing me over to these units. I don't know why. They've had their day in the sun already. I'm in first place, which is good to see. The Nubians have been left for me. I don't want them. I think I'm probably just going to take the Phoenicians and call it a good day. I probably should have taken Joe. Yeah, I immediately regret not taking Joe. Why did I not take Joe? Why did I not take Joe? Hello, Mini Monkey.
Humankind learns
Will
quickly
burn.
that everyone
Point of view on Discord streaming. Very important to note. Thank you for mentioning that. Huck, channel members, etc. Twitch subscribers,
towns develop
patrons. You can jump into the Discord and see the channel members' perspectives as well. Huck is sharing his. You'd likely see a higher quality of gameplay. And dare I say, a more intellectual one at that. Either way, this is some sort of hot mess that is developing down here. I think the only way forward is to settle on a slightly higher production tile and opt for the slightly lower food option. We're going to have to send units really in quite considerable chunks around this map because people will want to just be really rude and destroy. When I played the last game, Ben Omby told me that it was a good idea to get influence first. So, I'm going to take a leaf out of Ben's book and hope that he knows what he's talking about. Risky, I know. And let's continue scouting, because if this is a world of 3 continents and 60% land, I dare say we're probably going to be sharing this mighty chungus of land with 2 other players. And depending on who that is, really will radically shape the game. Sorry, I need to just quickly think about what's happening, because a turn just ticked over and I didn't want it to, because I wasn't ready for it to. Okay, cheaper outpost costs. Yeah, cheaper outpost costs. Spit it out, man. Freaking spit it out. Okay, really dense forest up there. Not quite as dense as this brain, but fairly dense. This is some sort of glory land, though, praise be. So we're gonna fire ourselves through this way, like there's no tomorrow, and probably go for the fast second city play, rather than the fast attachment play. Domestication's gonna be a handy technology for the horses, largely the horse sandwiches, of course. Unfortunately, I have no choice. Please, I have no choice. This lad can move 1 footstep ahead, so 1 little step for mankind. I am a little bit broken not choosing Joe. I feel like Joe could have been a really good point to get a whomper of a great sort of double, maybe even triple, quadruple city up around here. I can be adaptive though. I can be flexible. I mean, at times. Okay, right. Whew. I feel like I had just a tiny moment to take a little bit of a breather there, King of Toto. Just a slight breather. Take over the world? Domination. I muse to myself. What a... +5 food per farmers. That is immediately better than anything else that these shite lords could be doing with their time. To be perfectly honest. I've got an early faith. What the faith? Which is great news for us, actually. Let's continue to scout this way. These two lads can probably pop down here and actually finish their turn perfectly on that river. Which, as you'll know, is really good if you're a big nerd and like to min-max everything. Sweep these units along this way with your best newscaster voice on. And I'm yet to find a single other player. Domination. Let's see this. I feel this. Speak sort of vaguely. Speak in very vague terms. I've learned that diplomacy is best dealt vaguely. Incredibly vaguely. Unless you really need to be precise. Yes, Black Paw. Yeah, the Discord is for YouTube members, Twitch subscribers, and patrons. At the moment. We will eventually endeavour to have a sort of a more public arm to it, but not a top priority. Army composition. I think this is always a good idea. And I think it's maybe even a slightly better idea than buying a second city. Although, now that I've done it, I sort of immediately feel kind of a deepening regret. So I'm going to grab this instead of making it a second city. And really just hope that that was the right thing to do. I'm going to focus hard on population, because I think that population is not only a vital offense, but also a vital defense in these kind of blitzy games, right? Because people will attack you, but you can immediately sort of pump out a stupid amount of units really quite quickly. I'm just going to panic and place this outpost here because I don't want anybody to steal it. You can immediately place down a whole load of units really quickly if you have a whole load of population to support it. But if you don't, you shite out of luck. So, how do you like me now? 3 continents. Potentially 3 continents. Yep. Almost certainly 3 continents, but not necessarily large. I think you can have 3 continents and not necessarily have super large map size. And I assume that the map size is scaled to the number of players. What do these actually give me? Porcelain, +3 money. So we're going to have potentially a ludicrous amount of cash, or could continue to just do a wee bit more land grabbing. And actually, that's probably a better idea, because the territories up this way are just as juicy as the others. I could have a slightly more favourable start than the average, or this could be the result of a resource-abundant world. I'm going to assume I've got maybe a slightly above average start this time, but also be very careful not to toot my own horn. Because we all remember how that worked out last time. Okay, I could consider taking this territory, which would be a really fantastic Joe territory. A really fantastic one. I'm gonna get wrecked. Redacted, I'll keep an eye out. A public message. Oh, okay, I need to focus on claiming territory. It sort of wants to be that one, really. I guess it could be this one. Sure. Because coffee. Because coffee. Okay, it won't let me build the coffee because I've ran out of influence. But coffee, really important, because it will pump a little bit of extra food into my early cities, which could be the difference literally between us winning or losing or something like that. I suggest you focus on the coast. I kind of like the idea of focusing on industry inland and then the coast. May have to reload. No probs. No probs. No probs. We can do a reload. Watch out for the Johnson ants. Hustle, loyalty, respect. So it sounds to me like Huck may have got the Mycedans. very, very maybe. Oh, look at that. That was all very smooth and efficient. Thank you to all of these wonderful players. Shout out to Shout out to Devilish, Disturbed by Dusk and Dawn, Gecko, Redacted, and Huck. You wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Expanding into the desert is neat. Yeah, and I kind of like the idea, Star Soldier, of taking the industrial land tiles and then supporting them by attaching foodie territories. Foodie territories being territories largely, which, let's be real, probably just have harbours, because kind of is probably the way that that's going to go. Probably a harbour-y kind of deal. Let me post a long-form poll, more of a prediction. But that may not work as well depending on my faith and that kind of thing, Star Soldier, so I consider it to be higher risk. Okay, the poll will be a very broad prediction on whether I'll win, get second, or lose, which I consider to be anything other than first. But I also put the option of second in there because I feel like I can probably get second. A Devilish coming in with a $1.99 super chat, literally just with inserted asterisks, flails about wildly and incompetently. Just a Devilish just flashing about like crazy inflatable arm man at the second-hand car yard. You know, I kind of feel somewhat the same in these multiplayer games. They are a little bit hectic, a little bit dick. Unsure about that. Either way, thanks again for that super chat, Devilish. I see the alert just popped up. I was faster than fast. Quicker than quick. Okay. Sorry. Okay, what have we got here? Coffee. And a whole load of incense. That's gonna make me incredibly wealthy. Maybe we just go balls to it. Let's just spend money to make money. Just double down on our insane wealth accumulation. Brilliant. Okay, next turn, Second City gets online. Maybe even this turn if we get lucky. We did. And not for the first time. Brilliant. Okay. Side on. Side on. No. Absolutely not. Okay. Side on's just gonna do the same thing all of these other cities have done. Just immediately build a whole lot of stupid, god-awful improvements. Gonna continue. Oh, okay. Hello to our first neighbor. Who is this? We should really be allies. Redacted, we should really be allies. Early wars don't benefit anybody. You with me? You're with me. I can feel it. We could start this early alliance, actually, with an offer of trade. So allow me to extend that to you as an olive branch. An olive branch. An olive branch. To you. Peace. Prosperity. Let's. It's a little bit cryptic, right? As I was saying before, all good diplomacy is vague, I believe. But also I think it sends a good message. A message of hope and peace in our times. So much so, for a blue future. Yes! 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 Yes. And you know what? Yes. I leave... Hold on. I leave these lands to you in good faith. Look at this. Look at me. Backing off, baby. He's backing off. You can keep it. God, he's a good diplomat. Really. Is the New Zealand embassy hiring? Because they should be, for starters. Oh dear. Okay. What have we got here? -5 stability, -2 science. Nope, didn't get to pick that event because the turn timer ended. Okay, seriously, let's focus in. Here's a very good territory to grab, so I'm going to snag that immediately. We're also going to hoon along this way, and likely snag this bad boy too. No? Yes, brilliant. 2 territories in a turn. Fortifies up the border nicely, but I'm going to need to move further this way relatively quickly because we've decided to concede all of that land to the south. We're going to let everybody lead our churches, regardless of your bits and bobs. And, panic place this territory on a 517 industry, because that's pretty juicy, nonetheless. Hoon up another one of those, grab some more stars. How do you like D stars? And this looks good. I'll be a good custodian of your land to the south. Oh, isn't this beautiful? Early peace, early prosperity, trade, happiness, good time. Always vague, Alexander, always vague. Always vague. Devilish first place. Let's have a look-see. Rankings at the moment have me in second. Have me in second. I see what you said. I see what you said. Oh no! You didn't whisper it, you fool! I see vague words from many now. Peace and trade. Trade is good. Let's try and win them over with capitalism today. Seemed to work for everybody else. Let's do it. Let's just spend money to make money. And spend a whole load of money trying to win all these people over. What could possibly go wrong on hinging my entire economy on the whim and will of who are effectively, of course, random players on the internet? I don't know. I couldn't possibly think of a thing. I'm going to buy animal barns for this stupid city, though, because it needs food fast. Another way to provide it with food would be to attach it to a territory that is attached to the coastline. Unfortunately, it's not got a single one of those, either. What it does have, though, is Naval. Sure as hell, it's funny that. We'll connect this one and hope that provided it didn't provide a single population. This place is vulnerable as all high huck. We're gonna disband a scout, seeing as this border is considered, or at least deemed to be relatively safe. We're gonna cede them this territory. I don't want it. I should really move this unit away. After promising to move this... Oh, look, I'm not closing in on you, I promise. It's just unfortunate timing. I'm gonna remind me later on moving through, because one thing that I learned from the stream from Friday was that moving through quickly is a good idea, but moving through too quickly is really painful down the line when it comes to later game trying to make up on the fame. Because, of course, fame is a finite resource. There's only so much you can earn, and it is limited by era. Oh, look at this. We've got a bottleneck trying to move through the forest here. Absolute disaster. I'll cede them this one, but I'll probably take this one. We'll consider them to be the empire in the south, and we'll hold the sort of... We'll hold the center lands. And actually, maybe, dare I say, do them a favor. Because we will absolutely act as their northern protectorate. We'll completely share borders, we'll completely share trade, we'll just have this wonderful open relationship. They could... they could... Yeah. Cool. Let's build some harbors in these coastal territories for 7 food. And also connect these whale poop, right? Ambergris. Oh, there's not enough. I feel like I'm going to be running up against an enemy this way, surely. Or a potential friend. And actually a potential friend would be great. Looks like, speaking of potential friend... oh, we're not in crisis, don't be daft. And we're trading already. Look at this. It's brilliant. And you know what? Let's pump some money into their economy. Let's buy their salt. Let's buy their pearls. That's going to provide them with an immediate cash injection of $60.
Thanks to the first
How about that?
shiny bauble.
Capitalism is already paying off and it's 3608 BCE. Who even knows what happened in that year? I don't. What does my fame look like? Not terrible, but we're going to get some gold stars because like I say, I think moving through too quickly is a really, really ugly error to make. Bad idea. I'm going to grab this because it's a coastal territory. I'm going to jump for the max industry so that it gets established as quickly as possible, and then I can pump an outpost out there, just like we did in this place. Yes. I should also really probably have taken this territory because it has coastal tiles. And coastal tiles are quite important to me. So much so that I might build my unique harbours before I even build the holy site. These bad boys are going to pump a whole load of sweet, sweet everything into the city. Holy sites are generally best built along rivers, but these tiles are far too good to waste on a holy site. Oh, I could probably waste this one on a holy site, actually. So we'll do that. But first, get these havens. Let's get everybody on industry and not waste too many people on food, but looks like we have the perfect amount. We should also check in on Sidon. Splash a bit of cash here because I've got literally nothing else to do with my money. The early infrastructure, likely a good idea. Actually, walls, let's be real, we're playing against real players. Real players are, I was going to say more unpredictable than the AI, but I mean, the AI's given me some real knocks lately. So, I don't want to throw stones in glass houses against the AI, actually. Either way, let's connect, I don't know, just more resources. This will be providing me also with my builder stars, don't forget. So while I might be missing out on some science, I might be picking up other things. Don't forget your science is a really good reminder from Rag, though, actually. A really good reminder. Just want to be attacked, it's a ruse. Darius is spreading lies. Lies. Okay. Stars unlocked. I am in first. Somebody's already moved through to the mines. It's my neighbor to the south. That kind of puts the pressure on me a little bit here as well to move. So I will look to move probably next turn. Maybe the turn after. I note that a little jump this way could have a big difference on immediate turns. Come on, you there we go. Woohoo! Gotta spend money to make money, and that was a good spend, I think. Let's move that way. Smash down this harbour. Quickly now, as the turn timer ticks on. The turn timer waits for no man. Not even a stupid one like me. Let's hoover up more resources. Like I say, I think resources are just good for the Empire. Plus 30 money is great. And of course, my neighbor will be benefiting from all of this early resource acquisition as well. That's the other power of... And actually, this is a serious note, by the way. The other power of an early alliance rather than an early war. You can pick up those trade routes likely faster than you could take them by force. Now, if you take them by force, maybe you say, well, I guaranteed them over the long run, I have control. Absolutely true. You can build around them, blah, 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 blah. You, of course, get more benefit over the long run. But, at least in terms of early acquisition, the fast alliance trade really is probably the fastest way to get your hands on everybody's resources. I'm not really benefiting from gaining a lot at the moment, but, hey, you never know. Let's get faster holy sites. An enormous leap forward will also grab me small council leadership, which will surge me towards liberty. At the cost of early city development, though. I would really prefer to have a third city online by now, and I really don't have one. Taking one by force is not an option for me. Not something I'm considering. You can have this territory if you want. I don't really want this one. This Beatrix. Although, you have had plenty of time to take Beatrix. I wonder if you need Beatrix or not. If you need Beatrix, I wonder if you need Beatrix. Do you need Beatrix? I'm gonna take Beatrix. You can take one up here instead or something. We could do the whole fragmented empire thing. I totally don't mind. I'm just so cruisy. He's just such a good ally, they'll say. Oh, that Jumbo, he's so trusting. Oh, that Jumbo, he's so kind. I'm stuck in a battle? Huh? Did you... Like Huck was earlier? How are we getting stuck? Are we getting stuck Are we getting stuck because human error we're accidentally clicking into them? Or are we getting stuck because we're even getting stuck before being able to auto-resolve? Like, if it's human error, I totally don't mind. That's fine. We'll just do what we need to do, or reload, you know? But if it's an issue that we can fix, then we'll fix it. Will you stream Civ 5 someday? Yeah, I do. Occasionally. Occasionally. From time to time. Just to quickly answer your question. Reload? Yep, reload is all good. Last time it only took a minute. We were all very quick on it. So a reload is fine with me. At turn 15. On a blitz game, so we are, what, 15, 35, 45, 65, 75. 1/5. Brilliant. I just said a whole load of numbers out loud. It wasn't even me counting up in 15s. Spoiler alert, 65 is not. It is not in the 15 times tables. Either way, yes, bring back the Civ 5. Says Devilish. As Devilish hopelessly flounders about. A Civ 5 multiplayer would be good. The stream is only 720p on your end. I have heard complaints of the stream being 720p on some people's ends lately, yeah. On my end, it's streaming out at... let me have a look at this. Streaming out at 1080, but I have heard that some people are only getting 720, so I'll keep investigating that. I don't consider 720 to be like the absolute end of the world. I have to stop the stream right now to fix, but it's something that I have been trying to fix after every stream. I actually thought I'd nailed it this time, so it's kind of disappointing to see that I haven't quite fixed that. Sorry about that. Apologies. That has really stumped me, actually. I know I kick buttons, but I completely lost Humankind. Whereas, inversely, I'm more out of practice than Civ. Golf with friends when? Well, Darius, that is the question. 720 max, 720 is fine. Sorry about that. I hope that 720 is okay this time, but I promise I'm not ignoring that. And there's no real reason why it should be. Although, actually, on a separate note, I have noticed a few people have had sort of somewhat similar issues. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, right. So, I think I need to be choosing a culture basically as soon as I go back in here. If we're 1/5 of the way through... Oh, no, actually, realistically, optimal might be around turn 20. Considering I don't even have all of these harbors online yet, I mean, that's not the greatest look ever. I might just start spending a bit of money to make a bit of money and get this infrastructure in place. These harbor improvements will be very good down the line, probably. I'll just start spending a bit of cash on Bibbly Boss. We'll focus on generating influence to bring up our own cities rather than fuel further expansion. I think we could even probably cede some territory to our ally to the south, actually, to be completely honest, who has some more resources that we can pick up, providing stability and wealth across our empires. And I see a dark green border, so it looks like we've found our third player. The question is, who? And then my next question is, how do you like these stars? No military stars, but you know what? We're going to say we don't need them. I need a little over 50 influence to get that. Population's going to be pretty difficult for me because of the lack of food. A little over 50 influence is only one more turn though, so when in Rome, wait one more turn, right? Yeah, the Blitz prep was as well, Justin. Yeah, yeah. I think the last 3, maybe. My card declined, and now I can only do it at 1080p. Oh, dear Lord. Say it ain't so. I've been downgraded to the free service only. They've booted me out. They've booted me out of the premium club. Okay, let me get some more industry. I think that's more important than jobs. Population, though, is actually more important than anything, because that's sort of a star that I'm missing. So let's just sort of backtrack on previous ambitions. And throw everybody onto just making more people. Say no more. Let the people do what they want to do. Get on with it. Okay, Pottery Workshop Online, providing a little bit more influence. Next turn could be the turn that I get a 3rd city up and running. And it's not going to be, though, because I'm going to take this place for horses. Yes. And the coastal tiles, because they're really important to me. Whereas this inland bit, I don't really mind so much. Devilish is south of you. Ooh, good intelligence. We should open up diplomatic channels. Let me open up formal diplomatic channels. God, he's good at diplomacy. What does he mean? Shared maps. Let's do it. Let's share our intelligence. Why not? This literally just benefits the both of us, and then we can plan out our further expansion. I can probably leave this territory open. Say, hey, you can take this one. I don't want it. Particularly if it doesn't have very good coastal tiles. Yeah, look, it literally doesn't. If they'd like an inland city in the middle of my empire, they can take it. Because I probably don't need it. This is good diplomacy in action. Oh, I'm full of S-H-I-T-E. So full of it. So full of it. No, but I actually would like to have at least one good alliance. It pays to have one good friend at least. Maybe even 2 more. He's also under my protection. Okay. 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 I mean, that's fine. Okay. Okay, sure. We can have sub-alliances. That's okay, right? Oh, yes, Darius. Sorry, yes. Sharing maps mean vision or only map for diplomacy? That is a good sub-question. I think it's just map for diplomacy until we have satellites, and then we have vision of the world and said map. I'll just make sure that all of these territories have their harbors. Bam. Also, the horses are probably more important than another city, I say. How do I communicate that you can have that territory? What is it even called? Who even knows? Let's go to the tenant screen, because... Somebody took my respect the seas. Bantu polytheism. Somebody's generated their first grievance. Don't let me forget. Somebody just generated their first grievance. The Bantus. Gecko. But let's just introduce ourselves peacefully. Oh my lord, you've got a lot of luxuries. We really benefit from some early trade, my friend. So you know what? You can keep your nice sea bonus. Forget about it. I'm easy. I'm easy. I also need to communicate to you, redacted, that you can have that copper territory in the middle of mine if you need it. Look at that. What a gracious offer. That's a future expansionist star that I've just given up right there. It's got to be noted. Let it be noted. Surely he earns some good guy points. Oh, geez, I really need to move through. Aksumite, take the Aksumites. Maybe the Carthaginians would be better, though. Let me take the Carthaginians instead. We'll double down on this coast thing. Yes. I should have moved through maybe a turn or two ago. I can't help but feel I was maybe slightly late to the punch there. But that's alright. I'll just buy the copper from you later. Okay. Okay. Look at that. That is really kind diplomacy. Or maybe they thought it was a trap. It wasn't a trap. Okay. Brilliant. I'm totally happy to take it too. Look at that. Happy faces all round. I should have a unit on Auto Explorer as well, really. It's quite a good idea. Very good idea. Now that we've got these open maps, D's open maps, let's send this unit off to Auto Explore. Okay, so we can see that Devilish is actually... oh, Devilish. Devilish has been pinned, so it'll be vitally important for Devilish here, too. Let me just spread some words of advice. Make sure you move through and research... what is it? Why can't I remember the name of the tech off the top of my head? The Embark tech. And get sailing, never eat soggy east. There we go. There's just a little word of advice to Devilish, who's absolutely penned in hilariously. That's amazing. Well played. Well played by Redacted. I love that. That BDE move right there. That's awesome. That's awesome. Although, for all we know, they could have had peace talks just like we did around these central territories, right? They're probably the best of friends. I shouldn't assume there's drama where there may be none. Who's this we've... Oh, no. Firstly, a cutscene. No time for that. I dismiss it. Okay, yep, brilliant. Merchant stars already unlocked. Disturbed 1, 776. Ooh. Where are your resources? Okay, you're across the sea from me, so there's no hope of expanding out that way. Let it be noted. Let's start smashing down some harbours where harbours are cheap to do so, aka on every single coastal territory around the side of the island. This will pump a whole load of industry and food, of course, into these places. So much so that the people will actually get far too fat and bloated to be of any use. So I'll need to try and turn them into cities relatively quickly. Although I've been saying that for about 25 turns now and failed to do anything about it. So, will I ever do it? Stay tuned after these messages. Oh my god, he hit an ad break when he said it. Thanks so much to everybody who's tuned in, by the way. I can see the YouTube stream alone currently has well over 60 viewers and already 40 likes. I didn't even put out a call for likes yet. I didn't even say, can we get to triple-digit likes to support a community multiplayer live stream? And over on Twitch, look at us go, already into the double 20 digits. The double 20 digits? That's a lot of territory? You're right, Chilingi, it's a lot of territory. I think I'm just going to be happy with what I've got, and try and provide peace and prosperity to the world through trade and good times. Let's see. Either way, I've been spending far too long gas bagging, and not long enough researching trade expeditions. And fortifications as well. Always fortifications. Because Blitz mode is an unpredictable beast. Speaking of unpredictable beasts, I might just get this unit ready to embark over that way. At the very least, to scout out the land. Looks like we've met a very aggressive-looking Dusk and Dawn. Or maybe it was just that red. That beautiful-looking red. Hello, friend. Shall we? Trade.
I think only of my people. Remember that.
Let's trade. It's always beneficial to trade.
You remain
Trade benefits everybody. So much so that really I'm going to spend 80 influence to throw this at you one more time, Gecko, because I think you'll benefit greatly from connecting a whole load of early stuff to your empire, slowly over time. As would I, of course. We can prosper together, or you can flounder with the outsiders. The choice is yours. A world order will emerge of capitalism only. We only want trade and prosperity in these times. Industrial production. I'm going to try and make an enemy out of the other. That's kind of expensive. I can't afford that. We're actually really influence shy. In that case, I might spend a bit of time city building. Yes. City building. I've got plenty of money to spare, so let's just start doing things for cash, I suppose. Gee, there's some famous last words if you ever heard them. And smash down a few industrial districts in this place. Wham. Bam. Get more people on industry, because I think industry is absolutely paramount to what we're trying to put down here. Maybe even more so than early science. We could try and go industry first, science later. Because science rules. I heard. Just something I heard. But maybe also build up a few market quarters. I think that unlocks some early civics, by the way. Anybody listening? I can't help but think that a city with 3 market quarters and 3 research quarters is a good thing, but I can't quite pin down exactly why. Maybe somebody in chat might be able to help me out. Help my floundering brain out this morning. I'm pretty sure it unlocks something for you. Vaguely administrative, maybe, on the civics tree? I don't know. Either way, there's our wall upgrades as well. They'll be useful just as a deterrent more than anything, of course. We'll connect to copper because we're getting industry out of that. And now that we've connected it, people can trade it off us too. So everybody wins. And we'll continue to just maybe hook up resources rather than build cities. As I continue to flounder around and choose, and fail to choose a specific strategy. Let's have a look at the tech tree actually. Got 98 seconds to burn this turn. How good? Three commons quarters, 3 garrisons in a single city guarantees the Republic versus Oligarch civic to spawn. Thank you for that top tip. There we go. Build factories. We should really get craftsmanship, shouldn't we? Let's get nerd quarters and then craftsmanship. And then also mounted warfare. Because elephants. And then we'll bounce back for hydrology. We don't really need conquest. I mean, the cheaper outposts are nice. Then imperial power, because that's a good one to move through to. And then I'll have, hopefully, moved through to options of what to do. 2 turns is how far away a city could be if I chose to make it that way. We all know how that goes. Realistically, it's probably going to be... What have we got here? 1122 minus 217. I'm just looking at the food yields, kind of dipping and diving underneath my mic so that I can actually see what's going on. This one up here is insanely good. Maybe we just make a northern city. Yeah, let's do it. So, I'll send extra units up that way in case they want to do their thing. And let's jump into the sea and see what we can see. All that I can see. No, okay. Hoon across that way. Bibliboss will need to build its own Carthaginian harbours, and they'll be absolute wampa harbours when they do. So let's spend money to make money.
Debate and discussion.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for that, narrator. Really appreciate that interjection there. We'll get walls built with priority as well, because, as I say, absolutely vital for the defense of our future cities. And let's get... Again, spend money to make money. Let's improve our money-making infrastructure. Stability looks totally fine. It might pay to future-proof ourselves a little bit. And in the city, just say, actually, let's get a couple of science quarters. Just because they're going to be needed in future. But we'll support them with some good other ones. Like industry. Good other ones. This is real strategy at work, everybody. This is real strategy at work. Solar calendar, always a good idea, because if it's nighttime, you should be asleep. So, go to sleep. Stop trying to tell the time. Right? I mean, call me naive, but I feel like there's a certain element of logic there. Either way, Sidon will follow in the footsteps of Bibliboss, who came before it. wonder if I could actually just squeeze my way through into the next era before choosing my next cities. Maybe we go for a fast Carthaginian era. Every time I try that strategy, it always backfires on me. The Maya would like to trade everything. We'll absolutely accept that. Yeah, baby. Let's open up these diplomatic ties. And a non-aggression pact is obviously the most important one. Now you'll get access to a lot of strategic resources out of me. This will also allow your empire to prosper a lot more than mine. But I'm totally fine with that. Like I say, I don't mind being the world power that is fading, not the world power that is rising in this relationship. And that is, after all, always going to be the one that's getting the better deals out of the trade. Okay. Side on. These units should probably be chopping down trees. I've failed to take my own best advice. Chop, chop, chop. Quickly get onto that land! I'm also failing to do scouting in time, which is a disaster. Because we're not going to get the Carthaginian harbour down here, because I wasn't quick enough to get it placed down. Yikes. Also, a real lack of industry on this side of the island. But by the time I get over to the other side, the net benefit is almost no different. So I'm just going to place it down here and say, see you in 3 turns. Thanks for coming. You can continue to chop down forests and chop down that one, because that'll be a market quarter surely in the future.
The impressive Marians. Science, faith, and culture.
Right. Do I want to bounce through before everybody else? No. Yes. I'm going to bounce through immediately and take the Swahili. Huck, welcome in, friend. Look at that. A purple love heart. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, he's not really bringing much to the table, is he? Oh dear. Well, like I say, a charitable relationship is oft just as good on the soul, isn't it? It's a good for the soul. We'll engage in a very charitable relationship with Huck. And wham bam, thank you, Bab. Let's get this third city online. Regardless, I think it's time to get it moving. Although, now that I say that out loud, actually, probably waiting 1 extra turn would have been a really good idea and probably was a giant misplay. However, time will tell. Because Carthage is already online as a 7 population city. Woof. Maybe 1 extra turn on 7 pop is worthwhile. I don't know. How am I doing trying to scout over here? Looks like not so hot. Looks like not so hot. Either way, I'm pretty happy with how much land I've got. I don't really feel a great need to be out pushing or expanding for too much more at the minute. So I'm just kind of going to rest on my laurels and consider this to be my expansion phase completely done, unless otherwise provoked. I will look to build a standing defensive army, though, because I didn't come down the last shower. Okay? Skipping through the last era will also have cost me a lot of fame, potentially, in the long run. So, I'll need to bear that in mind, right? I've taken a big risk by not hanging around as the Carthaginians, where hanging around for 1 turn could have provided me with 300 extra fame. Let's see if I can put the hustle into the muscle to make it actually pay off. I'm really not sure if it will even work, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it might, but it really just might not. You could give it a dang good go. Okay, so... it looks probably a little better than it actually is. Because of the lost potential. However, it shouldn't be ignored. Definitely quite a significant difference here. I've had a fairly prosperous start, but don't tell anybody. And look at this. Talk about spending money to make money. Oh dear lord.
First harbor to construct and launch their vessels. Time to stock up on champagne bottles.
Oh, we are in a world of success. Oh, and it's freed up the normal harbor as well. No. That is a bit silly. Really? That is a bit silly. Oh, it really is jump on the trade bandwagon or say goodbye to your prosperity at this point. Someone could come and try and take it, of course. But then do they risk it? Because then they miss out on all the shared prosperity. And how long do they ride the prosperous wave? Because if they ride each era longer, it works out better. Or do they get impatient and decide to move quickly, thinking that a quicker move will result in greater acquisition? I don't know. Either way, land rights seem like a fairly good idea. However, a really good case could be made to actually just keep pumping out as many sort of broadly influence-y based improvements as possible. Also more resources, because the more resources that are connected, the better that will be for all of my trading partners as well, which makes the relationship with me just as good for them, or, you know, hopefully as good for them as it is for me. Just in case they don't agree with that sentiment, I will spend a population to get walls, and then I'll also spend 2 populations to get stone walls in Carthage. Because it's always important to protect what you've got. We'll attach up a neighbouring territory as well. And upgrade my scouts at home to scouts with horses. As a show of great force and strength, obviously. Clearly a show of great force and strength. Yeah, absolutely love it. And I'll hoon down this way because I might consider establishing city number 4 down here to try and get sort of a nice triangulation going. Maybe this territory. And then we kind of have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they should have enough territories to nibble off in future so that it's so that they don't get trapped out or anything along those lines. Oh, this soundtrack is fantastic. What do my districts look like? Food looks sort of average. Money looks alright. Science looks okay. Industry's still probably the way to go, to be completely honest. Maybe a couple of market quarters down this way. The benefit for me is obviously I make a lot more money. Panic intensifies. Why? Why, friend? Why, friend? Oh dear, friend. Looks like Devilish may have sailed across the sea to discover there was nowhere left across the sea to expand to. A pinned Devilish, although not without options. So the strategy here would obviously be firstly to grab this island to the south, right? The one in the south is pretty important. I would say south, then detach and go max cities with good infrastructure. That would be my advice to Devilish. And then, of course, Devilish could choose a military option as a way out. Could go for the peace and diplomacy option as well. Just look to open up more trade. Try and sort of benefit from that shared relationship. There may also be other options available. I can't really think of one that would be any better, but there could very well be. There could very well be. Industrial quarters, I don't think so. Food, wow. Jeez. Kilwa. How? This place is going to provide food for everybody. I wish that it could. We could, I guess, build population and transfer them out and this, that, and the other. It would be a bit disjointed and probably daft. let me go and chop down some forests that I will be unlikely to work anytime soon. So I'll start with the ones that are furthest away from the cities. I might actually just do all of these, because we might not build a lot of districts around this city if we're not planning on using it militarily, which I don't think we will, because I genuinely do not have the intention to break an alliance on the continent. War breaks out between continents. It can be more preferred by players, potentially. It could be. I don't know. But on the continent, I'm going to personally opt for the absolute peace strat. And I just talked for too long and missed out on changing turns there. Claiming a wonder would be a good idea. All the good early ones look to have probably been claimed. Yep, they have. Because human beings know what they're doing. Gosh darn it, human beings. You really do know what you're doing. Should we go for a fun play? Maybe we should go for a fun play. What would be a fun play? Statue of Zeus? No. Stonehenge could be a good shout. Notre Dame, +1 faith per science. I don't know if I really like my religion that much. Let's try the Great Zimbabwe. That could be a fun mood. Let's try it, and let's try put it down in Carthage. Just literally right next door to Carthage. 11 turns, kind of slow. What if we get the whole crazy gang onto it? Except for Kilwa, 4 turns. Okay. Not terrible. And then we can pop in with money afterwards and save the day. All of my scouts are about to die. Oh, I'm so sorry. I left them out in the open sea for too long and they expired. Well, I mean, we know there aren't any islands there, so... consider their job done, really. Knowledge authorities has been unlocked. This would be quite good, of course, because of the sheer number of trade routes, so we might consider unlocking that in future. Unfortunately, I'm losing to civics osmosis, which is likely going to be something that we're going to struggle with for much of the game, to be completely honest. Because I don't think I'm going to win the culture or probably even the religious thing, really. 2 areas that are likely to be significant weak points for me. As I'm moving down a fairly niche, but hopefully profitable specialization. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's invest in the Forge. Like I say, I think that's a good idea. Henry Forge would be proud. Kilwa will want to grab a second territory. Do we want to cut Sidon completely off from the coast? No. Does that matter for Kilwa? No. Kilwa takes this regardless. Yoink. Brilliant. And then we'll smash down a really profitable harbour. Right up there immediately. Just fire the 2 populations out. And it was lucky I clicked it because... looks like I'm playing way too slowly. The turn timer has rolled through. I need to just be throwing money quite quickly, I think. And maybe thinking a little less and making fast decisions to try and hustle through. Also, city... where are we? City focus is probably something that I should be aware of. I should also definitely be checking in on my fame stars, no? Oh boy. Because I jumped through the last era so quickly, it's going to take me a longer time to play catch up in this era. So while it looked like I was ahead really far, we're probably starting to see other players begin to catch up. Yeah, look, 4,600, they're not even through into the next era, I'm assuming. That's a little bit of a yikes on my account. In the long term. So the smart play for me here might have been to actually go on the aggressive quite quickly and try and use this early potentially advantage to my advantage. I'm going to refuse that. I'd like to keep control of my civics if at all possible. So we're going to resist the cultural pressure of our neighbours and stand for really what we believe in. I'm going to splurt a little bit of influence in these territories too. Splurt? Yeah. Questionable word choice. But maybe not the worst word that I could have chosen. Oh look, make it stop. Either way, let's continue with the deforestation to try and clear Kilwa out some industry so that I can actually finish these gosh darn stupid projects because they are taking a very long time. I could use my merchant ability to help improve the resources of my neighbours as well. Look at this. You ready? Boom. Oh my god, he did. Look at that. Just improved one of your irons for you. X. Diplomacy has reached a new level of kind. Wonderful big cities. Looks like my ally here would be right to do the same. Start to break these cities up, right? Massive populations. Start to break up these territories. Start to divide them into new cities. Looks like that's what they're doing with Tikal. I would really recommend they continue to do the same. Likewise with Devilish. Devilish? What is going on with your population? Devilish with a $1.99 super chat says, is still a caveman. Oh my god, he is. Let me, oh my god. Accept my deal. Trade with me. Trade with me, you fool. Accept the trade deal. Trade is mutually beneficial. If you're not trading with me right now, send me a trade deal. And let me buy up your resources. Look, I'm trading with you and I haven't even bought your resources. Oh my goodness. Huck, do you want to have access to all these strategic resources? No. I'll do it for your shared maps, Huck. What do you say? What do you say, Huck? Let us share maps. It's beneficial for me and the stream to have shared maps. So I greatly appreciate it. I wonder if a player on this continent would also like to befriend me and share me their maps. Dusk and Gecko. Gecko, who has refused to trade with me twice now, so I might turn to Dusk to open maps. Let us share our maps so that we can see our shared lands and mutually benefit from increased trade. Look at this. Let me pump a whole load of trade into your economy. Let me provide you with a whole load of cash. And my eyes spot... Holy moly, everybody. Look at the massive continent. Oh, we got shafted. I thought I had the best spawn. I think I'm still definitely in the top lot of players. The top half, but definitely not the best spawn because look at this. Oh my goodness, Gecko and Dusk. They actually have space for neutral people. And look, this also provides an opportunity for my ally. Redacted. Never eat soggy. Brilliant. Dusk is stuck in combat again. Break? Yeah, sure. Let's take a 2-minute break, everybody. We'll jump to a BRB, and I will be right back. I will allow that message in chat. That is totally fine. Spicy tactics. Watching them try to strategically deny trade. The fools. They only fool behind. Or as I like to say... fool behind. Sure, a 2-minute break. Alright, everybody, we'll quickly break for a little 2-minute break, and I will be right back. Talk to you soon. Okay, well, let me just swap me back onto the game screen. Where are we? Gameplay. Brilliant. Okay, looks like everybody is ready except for me, which is great. I think I was just quicker than 2 minutes, though, so that's good. Thanks for bearing with, everybody, as we launch into the second half, likely, of the Community Multiplayer Live event. So far, so good. My strategy, to recap, has largely been to trade and prosper. And those who have chosen to trade with me have benefited from glorious riches. Wealth unimaginable, pumped into the empire. Also diplomatic knowledge, non-aggression pacts, shared maps, all of the other things that go along with successful alliances. We've even negotiated around land acquisition. I left some territories to my ally to the south. Let's not forget that gracious act of goodwill from the start of the stream. Really, what I'm painting here is a picture of immense wealth and prosperity for all of us. And at that point, it's on you to how you manage the wealth. How you build your empire. The game is yours. And I've given you the shared wealth to bring us there. How about that for a rallying call? I mean, jeez. I should start a private telegram. Oh! Anyway, look. I digress. I'm only kidding. The point here is, we have a group of players who have joined me in shared prosperity on the continent, which is also, I think, actually, seriously, genuinely, probably a pretty good idea. In all games, I would recommend you should buddy up with the people on your continent and then consider more, right? Like, if you have no tolerance for buddies, then make none. But I reckon that if you make friends with the person closest to you, that shared security does real benefits for you both. So I think that's gone well so far. I'm also acknowledge, of course, humans are humans and they do dumb, weird things. So we'll see what happens. But feeling pretty good so far. Bountiful on Bibli Boss or overproductive. We've got the cash. Let's pronounce it done. Brilliant. Couple of Gareth sons maybe wouldn't go amiss, eh? You like that, wouldn't you? It's probably not the end of the world, to be fair. Okay, let's have a look. We should probably be expanding these cities as well, really. So I think that Bibli Boss is actually relatively pinned and kind of crappy, to be completely honest with you. Just to really level with you there. Bibli Boss is a bit garbage, so maybe Bibli Boss needs to be the one that Bibli moves up this way and grabs that. Yoink. Love it. And more harbours. So maybe actually it's just garbage because I haven't built harbours. It could be my own mismanagement rather than actually the management of the Bibli Bossian people. So we'll allow that. We'll let that slide. Carthage can keep building that. Sidon might want to slide on in and grab this territory to its Never Eat Soggy west. Sure, and Kilwa will hoon up this one. Lovely. Security. Prosperity. How did we go about getting shared maps with our unfortunate neighbours who look to be in conflict with one another? So that's a yikes. Yeah, we've got shared maps and we're trading luxuries. Right, so we're pumping money into your economy. We should really be trading everything, to be fair. If you want more support. Are you at war? Yes, right. Oh, look. A faux pas. They've declared war within the continent. Will one emerge victorious? Will it pay off? We have a clear side who we favour. It tends to be Dusk. We will continue to support their economy in that light. We really need to open up trade everything, but they seem to have maybe rejected it, or maybe we've just only recently accepted trade. But if we can trade everything, we can send a whole load of horses and stuff into their cities, and providing they've upgraded them with the right infrastructure, they'll be able to benefit from that. +1 science per number of trade routes. Yeah, I'll take that for free. Sometimes it benefits you. so you can take it. Sometimes it doesn't, so you have to leave it. 6 one, half dozen the other, maybe. I don't know. Either way. Blee boss? 1,200 gold per turn. Oh, we are making big money. Huge cash money. I can probably get people doing other jobs. Right? Like, probably so definitively so that it's just a good idea in general to... Oh, don't do this to me. To put expert policy in that order. Just consider it done. Bellatrix, aka Lamu, is going to be city number 5. Lamu will consider building some quick districts down here to ensure maximum defendability in future.
Your people see it as a place
1,
of safety,
2,
a symbol of
3,
power.
4.
Only your friends
Love
know
it.
of the extensive wine cellar.
We get one of our elephants down here as well. Not as an act of aggression, just purely a defensive elephant. Because who wouldn't want to sit in an elephant while they defended their beautiful lands? Amazing. It's not a top priority for me. I'll get some districts down here first. It was just important to get Lamu online relatively quickly. We could consider breaking up Sidon and maybe giving territory to Lamu. A new alliance between the Franks and the Persians has just started. We should formalize our alliance with our neighbor in that case. As the world looks to move towards formal diplomacy, we'll look to do the same. We'll try and match it, is the idea. We'll try and keep up. Keep up with the rest. Keep up with the Joneses. And actually, that would be quite good for us because we would like to support Dusk's economy a little bit further as well. So hopefully that alliance proposal will be accepted. And we can continue to move on. What do I need? That, then that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That was haphazard and wild, and I don't know if there was a whole load of logic to it, but I'm feeling the pressure right at the minute, to be completely honest. 8 people on gold there. This is a massive mistake here. Should always try and get that infrastructure online. Particularly the stuff that's going to earn me more gold from trade routes and all this sort of thing. Didn't even have time to look at the culture screen because I'm wham bam into the next era. I think I hold. I think we just try and consolidate this mess and earn a whole load more fame here because otherwise I run the risk of spoiling the late game. A reminder, we're not even halfway through.
Neighbors are eyeing you with a great deal of jealousy.
So while the turns feel like they're going quickly, actually, they're not actually that quick. We'll keep these mounted units back here. We don't need to be amassing troops on any sort of border, so they can just sort of float around. They have super fast movement anyway, so, you know, like even this elephant doesn't need to be aggressively standing there. That's a bad look for an ally. We can keep it back in a city closer to us as a sign of good faith. Did they accept our alliance? Did they accept our alliance? I think they might have rejected our alliance. What? Okay.
Welcome. Let us speak honestly. Things change.
Artisan's Workshop and Fishmonger, 2 little goodies to get down. I'll also continue to, like I say, really, this infrastructure should have been built a long time ago. It is trade-dependent resource infrastructure, which you could argue is like maybe a waste of time, because what happens if something happens to trade? But I don't think it's the end of the world. 10 industry is kind of garbage. 22 food is sort of really what I need. Might look to latch onto someone else's religion as well. Mine doesn't really appear to be doing a whole lot. Largely, you could argue, thanks to a significant lack of food in all of these cities, because I've completely ignored it for a very long time. Although they do have around 20 population each, so to be fair, not the end of the world. I wonder if I could bounce over here and grab this next to Benfis and Big Juicy City of the Celts. I love it. Incredible. Do we have trade? Oh, I wonder if you've rejected me before. I can't recall. Either way, what's Huck up to? 2 cities down in Huckville. Is Huck trading with me? Did Huck also reject trade? Oh no, we have trade with Huck. I just haven't bought his 1 whale poop. Huck, friend. We could be allies. Well, of course we already are. Check the crisis to see if they refused. Oh, good call. I've just got 7 seconds left, so I just need to refuse that and place down a food district instead of that garrison. Oh, did I do it in time? I don't know. I don't know if I did. Let me get some nerd improvements down this way. A new wonder can be claimed. I might grab one of those as well. Grab another one, because why not? Stonehenge was whipped up. That's probably a smart move by everybody else. Some food per faith. I don't think my faith's good enough to be able to take advantage of Angkor Wat. Someone else is going to have to do that strategy. So I might go to the what could be the next best thing, which is maybe Notre Dame. +1 faith per research technologies. Okay, fine. I was going to go for the Great Mosque, but I don't know. The whole 5% thing, I'm just not sold on it. Someone prove me wrong. I dare you. Okay, side on. Let's get you a great big church. Wham! It is a time for faithful people, after all. Can we get it down to 1 turn if everybody does it? No, but it can be really nearly close to 1 turn. Ah! Should I just fire a whole load of people out of a city to get it done? Sure. Bibbly boss.
An impressive achievement.
Thanks for insta-completing Notre Dame. Or Notre Dame. Don't ask me. Absolutely not qualified to even remotely consider. Continue to build infrastructure where infrastructure kind of feels like a good vibe. Which is probably everywhere, because I think that infrastructure still remains king, even on Blitz mode. Get a little bit of a research boost from our proximity to our awesome neighbor, who I don't think is our ally, which is, you know, kind of leaves me just feeling this is somewhat nervous. But that's okay. I've got all my territories connected now, so we have that to fall back on. This is going to be a good spot for a food district. That's actually a really good spot for a food district, which is quite annoying, but who cares? Kilwa would also probably like to get some more districts down, as it looks a little bit district light. The harbour side garrisons are usually a pretty good shout, so might get one of those. Maybe also one up on that hill for future defendability, above all else. And then, because I've neglected food just about everywhere, let me do the food, and maybe also yeet it to the front of the queue. Because we're starting to starve. It could also be, I guess, a good idea to just... Whoa, feudal structures. Could also be maybe a good justification for building a unit or two. Just in case. Boom. Sure. We'll buy a crossbowman here. To flex. Okay, low chance of good consequences or locked down for a high chance. $50. I mean... a drop in the ocean. A drop in the ocean for empires as successful as ours. I have space for another city, and actually not a super duper dreadful spot for one, but probably not an ideal spot up this way. Could try and relocate the outpost, but it would cost it a lot of food. So let's just leave it activating all of those tiles. Upgrade this unit to a knight, and run it back to the capital. Maybe get you... still chopping? Sure, why not? I guess we'll upgrade these units as well, seeing as they are my sort of standing army at the minute. A standing army of knights is scary, right? Surely. No? Just me? It's probably just me. Either way. Where are we? Turn 33. Okay, so we're sort of roughly halfway through the game now. Looking good. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. We've got like 80 viewers watching at the minute, which is amazing. Octopus, I noticed your membership renewed. Kia ora and g'day, Scott. Nice to see you, Wordle, here as well today, Wordle friend. Just go website. Amazing. Should have picked the Hittites. Do I feel a deep regret for not listening to your advice early on? Maybe. Let's check the crisis points.
A mystery.
If I have time.
Greetings from me and my people.
The big trade as state religion. What is the big trade? Should I adopt the big trade as my state religion? If anybody feels strongly about it, they're welcome to open up diplomatic channels around the religious preference of my people. It's fairly flexible at this point. I don't know if you've noticed. we're not the best, somehow. Not the best at building up our faith game this time. That's what happens when you go full money, I guess. This territory is still unclaimed over here. I mean, at this point, I think we're far enough into the game where we can rest assured that they've discovered it. So it's not a lack of discovery that is failing the seizure of this land. Let's go and at least scout it out. We can at least get some visibility over there while nobody's there. Cramlets, absolutely the way forward. Let's get them. Before all else, for the extra jobs that they'll provide to 3 out of 4 areas that I'm interested in providing jobs, I continue to chop down a couple of cheeky forests. And might as well grab watchtowers and stuff too, I guess. I mean, it's not a huge priority. Ah! I wanted to check this, didn't I? We've adopted cavemanism. How are things doing down in this empire? Oh, devilish. Devilish, my friend. It's alright. We've got your back. We've got your back. Did you accept my alliance? Yeah, you did. Look at that. Look at that. Start proposing some of these deals, friend. We can boost up your science through building alliances. The other benefit, of course, of opening a formal alliance is that you can start to open these more powerful abilities, like providing plus 5% science to each other and plus 5% influence, if you like. Shared logistics is super helpful as well for sharing roads. You can move very quickly through other people's empires with shared logistics. Alliances are powerful. Pretty please. Trade, I need money. Oh my goodness gracious, Dusk Cow. Okay, I mean the offer is there. I have sent
We will consider this.
our best offers to you. Accept the deal. Open the trade. Prosper. There we go. Alright, let me pump some money into your economy. You've only got 2 strategic resources. So I can't provide a great deal of assistance. Looks like your salt and sage was destroyed in conflict. Oh dear. Somebody has emerged very victorious. But, in positive news, potentially an emerging threat over here. Gecko has seized a lot of land. A lot of land. But we do have our, who I thought might have been our ally, but they've definitely rejected my alliance proposal. Let me push this. Why am I so confused by your color? Have you changed your color to confuse me? You have. Formal alliance. Please respond. Let's suggest a formal alliance. See how they feel. Pretty sure I proposed it before, but looks like we may have to reload. All good. Fire away. Fire. Do it. Oops. Do it. We managed to fire away. It's good because it gives me a chance to just check back in on chat, make sure I haven't missed anything. Oh yeah, the religious... Yes. I need to actually spend a minute or so looking at my actual religion as well. Looks like we may have to reload. This will also give me a chance to open up some diplomatic avenues. I am happy... We'll try lots of micro at the moment. Too many buildings. Okay, looks like we're ready. Everybody ready? Nearly everybody ready. Inform the host that you are not ready. Inform the host that you aren't ready. You should intervene against everyone who declares war UN style. I am considering taking more of an active role in protecting states that are, frankly, unjustly having conflict waged upon them. Dusk, for example, has lost quite a bit of land in that last conflict. And of course, as a fan of peace and trade, I don't want to see one player snowball too far ahead either. It all depends on what happens to the south of me, really. If Redacted is happy to continue our escalating formal alliance and good times, then we'll secure that, lock that diplomatic relationship in, and look to assert ourselves as some sort of world power. If we don't, then we'll look for another third member. This is my plan, okay? I think we'd need at least 3 members to have an active force of, again, purely peace and trade focused individuals. Okay? Purely peace and trade focused individuals. I think we can easily have 2 other empires who are interested in achieving those same objectives. Holding the land that they have. Building up their cities. Right? Who wouldn't want to do that? Who wouldn't want to do that? We shall see. We shall see if the strategy pays off. Only time will tell. Let me launch a Twitch poll. Well, a Twitch prediction, I should say. Start a new prediction. Yes. Will Jumbo win this game? Yes. Trade and prosper. A shared victory, of course. Or will it be no? He lose. Let's see. We'll have a 30-minute submission period. A nice long prediction. Please do. Place your predictions if you're watching on Twitch. I'd love to see your thoughts and feelings. At the moment, YouTube is erring towards my victory, but only with 40%. So we don't quite have majority yet. We don't have majority of the vote. But I do have your support. Dusk looks strong. Democracy back at it again. Yeah. So let's see. I was looking at the civics tree. Got bottom start of the game. Came in not allowed to understand civics. Be quick. We need stability in these times. By turn 36, please. We really do need to move quickly. Scientific agreements have been signed. Cultural conversions. This is good. This is good. I don't so much mind if my culture gets converted. Not part of my strategy. And actually happy for one of my allies to take that on. And for that to be their thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be my focus point. I will provide us money. They provide us with other things. This is how we will rule the world. And those who have decided to oppose us so far will now have to lay in the bed which they have sown. Quite frankly. If you haven't jumped on board by now, it's nearly too late. So, we could bring Dusk on board with our great continental alliance. Or we could look to this continent and bring Huck or potentially Come At Me Bro Bentfus online. We have had almost no success here and no formal offers. We have no relationship with this empire. If I take a look at Huck, We do currently have some basic trade. We could consider trading everything with Huck. That would, of course, benefit Huck more than us. But also benefit the both of us, aptly. So let's see if Huck's empire is open to better deals. We'll extend an olive branch of a better deal. I'm going to build a few crossbowmen, because if we are going to secure security, we're going to need to have means to secure it. If we want to fight the good stability fight. Minus 50% assimilation cost. Because of cultural proximity with the Franks, we'll enact it, because we're potentially allies. A couple of changes to trade here. What's gone on? Devilish just has simply no resources to trade, potentially. And Huck has accepted the trade everything agreement. Brilliant. Let's open up more trade between our empires. This will benefit both of us. Huck's empire, I can't even afford that one. How am I so impoverished? Huck's empire could potentially be a good third player for global peace and security. Should I spend some influence to extend a further olive branch? Or should... let's go full hog.
Friend, I have a notion which would benefit us both.
This bears consideration.
Will you answer the call? Let's find out. This is a big moment for us. I could claim another wonder if I wanted to, but it looks like absolutely not. Should I consider moving through to the next era? Probably soon, but maybe not quite yet. I don't know. Getting the last science star might not be a bad shout. Maybe Bibliboss could put more of a proactive focus on that. Slam a whole load of people onto science. Get in there. Do some reading. Come on. Get educated.
I expected far better from you.
I would even consider accepting that, but unfortunately I lack the funds, so I'll just leave it hanging and then consider it when I do have the money. They're demanding that I convert to the big trade. Will you accept my alliance if I convert to the big trade? I'm not sure if that's the offer that's on the table. It's unclear. Religioin. Religioin for alliance. Let's see. Let's see if that's part of the deal. I'm not mad at it being part of the deal. If I wait a turn and leave Hucksteel hanging, we can consider accepting it, although I really don't like to be fleeced out of that much money. When this is already a fantastic deal for you, Huck, and you should just consider yourself being done a favour. Quite frankly. If you were that way inclined. I'll just build a couple more security arms. Doesn't hurt to have security secured. Speaking of. Back at it with that crispy democracy. Well, look, there are clearly players who will choose to reject it. There are clearly players who have already chosen to reject it. Oh my frickin'... The question weighs heavy on me as you've persecuted my people for many decades now. We have shared nothing but peace and goodwill. Kind offers. This will be our final diplomatic channel that we will open here.
Sir, what do you desire?
Looks like the ending of the turn just rejected the alliance deal with Huck, and I don't know if I want to spend... I've accidentally spent 720 influence to click it again. And I'd like to spend 720 influence to send it again. Yeah, sure. If he fleeces me, I swear to God. Alright. So be it. One way or another, the people will have order. The people will have order. The question is not how. For me. It is how. For them. Trade and prosperity, after all. Trade and prosperity. Oh, for goodness sake, Huck! I don't have the money! I'm unsure what that even means. Then why do the big traders cry out in your cities, on your bouts, in your guides? What? What? Big traders. Always the way to go. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't like the way this is escalating. The offer is on the table. I really do hope they accept it. I really do hope they accept it.
Hello. I always look forward to our
Devilish. I have to bloody play the game for him. Let's send him some more. Just keep accepting all these deals, friend.
I have a proposal for you.
I must ruminate.
Take the territory to the south. Is really the only way to get around that. That's gonna really have to be taken. If Devilish wants any hope. I'm really unsure why it hasn't been moved on already. To be completely honest. But that's okay. What's going on over here? I missed this by, I believe, a single turn. Actually, speaking of missing things by a single turn, I'm starting to miss out on more things. What era are you in? I'm in medieval. You're in early modern. Okay, I'm going to move through. I actually kind of don't want the Venetians. I don't want the Dutch because they're useless. Maybe the Poles. If we feel like we're moving into war times, it might not be a bad shout. Or at least something that will be useful. This unit potentially very strong. Let's go the Muggles. Let's go the Muggles. Go the Muggles! Sure. Give me extra food on my farmer's quarters. Seems like something that the people would greatly benefit from. Looks like my alliance proposals to the south are going unheard. Huck is refusing to engage without me splashing cash, which is constantly leaving in a position where I'm unable to do it because I keep spending my money on other things. Looks like we could potentially be more alone than we first feared. Although I don't know if feared is quite the right word. Allow me to send you the offer one more time. Allow me... Oh. Cannot be done. Well, a proposition on demand... We'll refuse that demand, obviously, because clearly they have no interest in accepting our alliance. And I can't send them an alliance offer until they remove that demand. So, allow me to remove that demand. We will not be spending any money on an alliance with Huck. Don't think that CBA checks out very well for us right now. Particularly if our neighbor makes the wrong decision here. Let it be noted that I exhausted peace options here. I've been incredibly kind, even ceding this territory in the early game. Goodness gracious. I will not be painted as the bad guy here, but I will defend what is mine at vague threats being thrown out into the world, such as, need I highlight, from earlier in the game, when the fighting starts, send Cav to burn down the outposts. Who was that to?
Did you choose
I don't know.
Impressive.
Vague threats being thrown, everybody. Vague threats being thrown. Let me up my industrial capacity. This is another reason why I'm keen to keep my money as mine at the minute. I think investing in what I've got is a lot more beneficial than me giving money to Huck. An archer, come at me, bro. Please, peace. We'll put out the call. Trade and ally. Just to make my intentions really clear here. I do not want a conflict on this border. I do not want a conflict on this border. I want peace only. Let there be peace in our times. Let there be peace in our times. Come on. Let there be peace in our times. Everything just got really tense. Why did the music stop all of a sudden? Please, music. Where'd the good times go? We were listening to this wonderful, sort of slightly, I don't know, sort of sounded almost a little bit tropical to me. I sort of felt like I was on holiday somewhere really nice and warm. And now, the game's just like, doo, as reality slaps us in the face. Jeez. We can continue to boost our research, right? We can still get good deals here. All hope isn't lost. Don't fear it. Accept it. Accept it, everybody. Just accept it. Okay. Probably could use with all the missing military infrastructure and the likes up here. Let me move industry to the front. Because sweet, sweet industry, baby. And then hopefully we'll be able to clown through and grab everything else. Now, the difficulty thing here is, if I declare war with this empire, it will cripple their economy. It will absolutely cripple their economy. Let's see if they obviously refuse that demand. So I can propose the alliance once more. Let's see if they make the right call. Expires end of turn. Because it does, I believe, expire at the end of the turn. Huck's one expired on me twice. Which has only given them 8 seconds to respond, which feels a little unjustified. However, let it be known, that's the 3rd time we've tried to engage in diplomacy.
You have unlocked seafaring.
A likely and predictable ally begins to sail in over this
Cause
way.
trouble anywhere you want now, and have a better chance of getting away with it.
Let's flex our muscles a little bit. Gonna go land raiser on all cities. That'll convert all of my gold into industry. We're gonna start to see some significant improvements being made across these cities now. It will severely limit my science, which is a shame because I would have liked to get 3-masted ship online before I did that, but c'est la vie, say the old folks. Let's spend what influence I have to convert this into another city as well. The bright side here is we'll be able to get this one online very, very, very quickly. And maybe even surge some early industry into it as well. Who knows? Brilliant. I might get a little bit of a fleet there. And another one of those there. Down here in peace, peace, peace. A city really desperately calling for peace in our time. Look at how desperate I am. I just feel so desperate for peace right now. They continue to build troops on my borders, though, so I will continue to build troops on theirs. You'll notice that mine outclass theirs. They won't be oblivious to this. And I should probably move while I do, while they're unprepared. I've got crossbows now, but some javelin throwers still exist. Perhaps my early mover advantage has been ceased by being kind. In this Cold War, Huck calls for an end to the Cold War, noting that he failed to choose a side.
Perhaps we have some.
Greetings.
Look at everybody's diplomacy screens! Hold on. Oh man, even the world's bad guy doesn't want to be a bad guy with me. Come on, people! Devilish now rejecting agreements. Somebody surely wants to prosper with me. We have the power! Come on, you fools!
Another empire has built the Forbidden City. I suppose there's no need to point out that no, you can't visit.
Obviously, you ally before I cede my faith to you. I'm not going to get my whole empire to change their religion on the chance that you accept an alliance proposal. Don't be absurd. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. On no uncertain terms. I am so happy to jump onto a religion that's not mine. But it will not be before I know that it's going to be somebody who's my friend. I mean, jeez. Credit where credit's due. This should kick a little bit of love into them. Let's get this nice and militarized. That one too. There we go. Get those extra units over here. Peace, peace, peace has got so many peasants that hilariously, it probably doesn't even matter that it hasn't done much else. Its peasants will just absolutely own everybody. But just in case, we'll just grab a whole load of superiority around there too. Good. We'll refuse that. Cavemanism. Yeah, you know what? Actually, if they're going to be weird about faith, then so be it. Bantu polytheism. Let's have a look. Oh, I can't join it. I can't join it, Devilish.
Absolutely dying to see
I guess
how
I
your
could
fight
just
is
jump on the
handled
big
inside.
trade for the temporary buffs. Maybe I do benefit more from... I mean, I'm not in any alliances, though. And I actually don't have many market quarters, because I really was only making money through trade. Again, trade and prosper. So I don't even think that's worthwhile. We could jump on board with the Egyptians. They've sort of ignored me the whole game, though. But I'm also not mad at that. And then we have Cavemanism. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Is this heresy? I don't know, but you must convert.
No alliance. No accepting of that demand. I've made my position very clear. Reject modernity, embrace Monka, convert to Cavemanism. Huck's still benefiting graciously from all of our trade. Happily. Yet will refuse to provide an alliance. And now I just am not in a position to provide any money to do it, unfortunately. What is this? A battle in an open field. Ugh, you can have it.
If a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, with 5 research quarters, this city is not dangerous.
A wonder can be claimed. I wonder which one I should take. Do I want to double down on faith just to be a real... No, I'll take Topkapi Palace. Yes, you're so fair. You're so fair, Devilish. Meme to your heart's content, dear friend. Light some fires. We'll keep using our industrial might, I think, to build more research quarters. Maybe I could also look to up the military capacity of some of these central cities. They're arguably maybe a little on the weaker side. Wouldn't hurt, perhaps, even just to have, like, a couple of tactical spawn points. God, he thinks he's good. Spam a cramlet down there. Because the capital is the capital, I might devote just a little bit of love and attention to it. Fill up these upper territories with a whole load of garrisons. And hopefully that'll sort any future stability woes as well, which we could run into. Potentially. My economy's starting to tank because I'm on full builder mode. I'm locked into it for a few more turns. We'll take the money hit. We'll take the money hit. We're fine. We've got standing army, large enough to defend cities. These two can bounce between either, so we've got a huge amount of population and resources down here. Science and get gunpowder. Yeah, that'll definitely be my next move. Totally. Hey, the interesting point on Twitch chat that going for the Edo Japanese, Spain, could have been a really interesting way to flick faith back into my favor. Yeah. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to have to go down the super aggressive route or not at that point, so I kind of decided not to. Scott! Oh my goodness, Scott, I'm so rude! Let me replay it 15 freaking minutes ago. Can you believe it? I replayed this for you, Scott. Thank you for the $7.99 Australian super chat 15 minutes ago. Scott says, quote, professional Humankind streamer beats up his fans / supporters for money stream. How about it? How good? Did somebody say hashtag give Jumbo an avatar? If that's not reason to, Scott, I don't know what is. So rude. Unbelievably. It's because you tied with me on Wordle. I'm still salty about it. There, let the truth be known. I put it out there. Okay. Back to my focus point. Just checking the Twitch as well. Can you show fame right now? Absolutely can. We are in the lead, but you'll see the gap is narrowing now on me quite noticeably. I don't love that. Also don't love the fact that I'm still stuck on builder mode on all of these stupid cities. But we should at least be taking advantage of it and building freaking districts, right? Come on. Let's provide. Hamlets as well will help future growth. And then, I guess just all of the infrastructure that the world could possibly think was a good idea. Including influence and science generating stuff. Let's get these places well prepared. Carthage, actually, speaking of well prepared, looks pretty ill prepared. Might try and stretch its defenses along the coastline and back to this city. And then Sidon can merge one there and kind of like there and there. And get vision over the capital. And we've got a nice, nearly interconnected network of defensive structures. Because it looks like no one likes my idea of world peace and trade and prosperity. I'm really struggling. Excuse me. Struggling to speak this morning. Struggling to even find a friend in this world. Unbelievable. Plus 5% industry on cities and plus 10 food per number of attached. I rejected this before and now I'm spending 500 influence on it, which feels really bad, but I'll allow it. I'm not going to build up any more military here at the moment, but of course, like, if I need to, I always can. Maybe one extra crossbow, just to show them that I still mean business. Hey, I haven't forgotten about you. Look, I'm still building crossbows. How do you like me now? We'll get off Collective Minds, or build a version of Collective Minds next turn. And these units will wait in the wings, I think. This will keep them close enough to both that they can defend either city and very quickly fill it up. Al O'Neill, thank you so much for being a frickin' megapixel for 6 months and simply put, said hashtag give Jumbo an avatar. Amazing. Oh, that is so awesome. You are so kind. Thank you for being not just a channel member, but it really has to be acknowledged. A freaking megapixel. Mega kind and mega generous. Mega thank you. Mega thank you. How is the prediction going on Twitch, by the way? Oh, drawing to a close soonish. Soonish. Okay, very good. Very good. 1.4k to 10. Woof. YouTube, we are up to 67 likes, with 69 current live viewers on YouTube alone, and 20 more on Twitch puts us at near 100 live viewers today. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I know that there's a particular interest in these community live streams. I love them as well. They're freaking awesome. So cool. And I was just quickly gonna try and think about maybe placing down Topkapi Palace down here in case stability is an issue, but I don't actually want it to build it right now, but it's gonna do it anyway. Is that okay? That's probably okay. What have we got here from Huck? Should we offer Huck one more chance as well? Not while I have no money, right? That's a bad idea. And then over here with Devilish, we have just again a rejection of customs unions on Devilish's front. So we'll stop wasting our influence, I think, on trying to push any more persuasive power that way. We'll leave that relationship to one side now, I think. Let me do a quick fame check as well. See how close it is. Okay, so we're around 1,000 ahead. It's unknown to me if I've got more potential or less. Also looks to me like the player in third. Oh, yikes, definitely. The player in third. Huck seems to be struggling. Oh, reload. Yeah, let's do a reload. Brilliant. Everybody could just ready up. No probs. No probs. Take the liberty. Oh, I was just going to type in take the liberty to just fire it away if we need to do it. Because actually, it's fairly quick. The rejoin is remarkably quick. And then this reconnection phase takes slightly longer, but we have people, I'm conscious, joining us from literally around the world today. So many different places and time zones. It's not just New Zealand and the US, with a cheeky Australian in the mix. It's actually, like, loads of different time zones today. If anybody wanted to share it in the chat, either on stream or in the chat once we load into the game on what the time is where they are, they're so welcome to. Obviously you don't have to, but yeah, pretty cool either way. So this part, why I ramble on about that, this part may just take slightly longer because we will be waiting on people to connect from different parts of the world. And to be honest, I'm conscious that I'm kind of part of the problem. Living over in some island in the South Pacific. Maybe not ideal for latency action. However, again, a huge shout out to Huck for being one of the very strong motivational arms behind this playthrough, this community event, and wrangling everybody together with the help of the YouTube channel page and a few posts. Really appreciate it. And speaking of, actually, Huck has just answered the call. We have the United Kingdom, the US, Israel, France, and the NZX, New Zealand, being represented. A cool mixture today. Wicked. Wicked. And it's around 5:30 PM at the moment in Michigan. So, quick math suggests to me that in France it's probably 11:30 PM now. So moving towards your nighttime, I imagine. Everybody else, the UK will be similar, I suppose, if not the same. Maybe there's a GMT difference of 1 hour back or something. And then the US is around, what, like, sort of 2:30 for Devilish, 5:30 in Michigan, sort of your mid-afternoon. 11:30 in Norway. Thank you, Hiru Drakon. So yeah, so you Europeans are sort of almost 12 hours, give or take plus or minus 1 from me. So we are polar opposites. Pun intended? Question mark? 2:30 in BC Canada. And then in Israel is the only one that I do not know off the top of my head. Let me find out. It is 12:30 in the morning. Goodness gracious. We should get a move on. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. It's some incredible times. I really appreciate it. My morning, your night. And for you Americans, a cruisy afternoon time slot. We really do cater to you, don't we? I blame me for this. Okay. Top copy? Yes. I need these 2 turns to pass so that I can get a little bit of cash money behind me. Be able to shit end turn after you've done. The turn timer has hit 3 minutes. Yes. Yes! Oh, what is this message? Great call. I am guilty of this as well. We can move through these turns a little bit quicker where we're not, especially where people aren't fighting. Let me refuse that outpost cost. I think that's broadly a waste of time. These units can probably just station themselves up and I can end my turn. What is this?
Welcome. You have news?
Tolerate skirmishes. Okay, so they are now tolerating skirmishes with me. That is an interesting development. Looking likely to come in and see some early action. Weaken the front line. Let's ensure that they're met immediately. With 5 additional troops being produced right in front of them inside on. We can absolutely also, of course, afford to send a couple back this way, because this is still well within this defendable zone. .26 combat strength. You're well outclassed. You want to tolerate skirmishes, do you? We are required to insta-resolve. A reminder to retreat or insta-resolve all skirmishes with love. And that sent them well and truly packing out of my territory. And it forced me to build another 5 units, something I didn't actually want to have to do. But, again, live viewers, you're witnessing it happening in front of your eyes. Continued aggression by my neighbours. Now they've cancelled. They've cancelled our freaking deals. And they're allowing and tolerating skirmishes between our 2 empires. This is bad. This is the start of real conflict. I would note that it took place behind my borders. Let it be known. Let it be reminded. And let it go down in the history books. That I did not act aggressively there. No siree, Bob. And I will not. I'm not gonna march in there. Unless I get provoked to do so. And the continued rejectance of my alliance might actually be enough to do that, to be honest, because we're gonna need to start finding some sort of order. Cancelling deals. They're cancelling me. They are literally, they're cancelling me for wanting to spread democracy. To battle, questions Nikita in chat. Oh boy. To battle, is it? Chat growing increasingly frustrated, like me, with these continued acts of aggression here on my border. Moving in and sending in troops really is too far, I think. I have... Let me declare it to the world. I have just faced unprovoked aggression within my borders from the south. I will not retaliate with force, but I will defend myself. Please, join me protect stability. This is my final call to all members of a secure, stable, and prosperous world. We're coming at me with a big stick. Simply patrolling my cultural peoples. I will hear nothing of it. I've put out a call now. Let's see if anybody answers it. Let's see if any deals come through.
With 30 makers' quarters, the primary concern of this
Okay, my cities can now come off collective mines. This is really good for basically all of them, I think. Or at least a few. I might leave this one on collective mines because it's been slowed down by Topkapi, which actually, to be fair, surely we can just dust that off in a turn if everybody just, or even if just 3 cities throw a little bit at it. Yeah, let's finish that because that's well overdue. You Wish is looking to just build a whole load of those, so I might leave that. Got more units coming into my borders. Look at this! What is this? You're trying to taunt me. You fool. You absolute fool. I've got mounted armies within range, ready to defend. And retreat. If need be. Let's see if we can bait them back. You wish. I do wish. Let me throw a couple more units in here. And likewise, I actually quite like the idea of having these knights here on patrol. They're pretty tasty. So I might get 2 knights inside on. These ones can finish off Topkapi Palace, and the rest of these units will remain as defenders of our glorious homeland. Dongola is on the map. Nobody has answered my call. Look at this. Unbelievable. Not a single person decided to answer the rallying call for peace and security. And now that I've invested so much into my military, I'm sort of backed into a corner here. I'm backed into a corner, aren't I? I'm stuck in a bit of a military-industrial complex. Ah, yes, Andre. A wonderful idea. Thank you. I forgot. I mean, they're not really done yet. But a good move. Let's rebase them. Might also consider beelining down some naval technologies. Speaking of technologies, my science is being throttled pretty hard by still being on the collective minds focused, or industrial version of collective minds. So let's actually just call that off empire-wide. I don't think we need to be in that emergency wartime settings. It seems to me like we're going to be okay here. It seems to me like we're going to be a-okay. But just in case, I will, of course, just grab a couple more defensive units. Never hurts. Right, let's make sure that this army is grouped up. That these 4 are back here. We'll go... I probably just don't care about my faith at this point. They're all about faith. But if I go influence, I can... And there we go. War has been declared. On me. All bets are off at this point. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. So be it. So be it. The Byzantines have declared an unjust, unprovoked war. For literally no reason. Let's redistribute our defensive units a little bit more handedly. I move them to high ground where possible. Make sure that every city has at least some defenders within its boundaries. Carthage has got plenty of population to build some, actually. So let's get Carthage as just another way for us to provide more military support to the rest of the Empire. Could go for the boat option in Carthage. And actually, maybe not a terrible shout. Although it looks like I could be too late for the boats. So the boats will have some versatility, of course, because they'll be able to secure the channel. But once they've secured the channel, there's really no additional benefit. It does look like more units are, of course, on the way. So that's a bit of a yikes. Move these units off the spawn point. Try and get some more of these built here. This city being on builder focus is actually probably still quite a good idea. It's going to slowly starve itself, but that's alright because we're trying to train units really rather desperately. So let me put some more crossbows at the start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the desperate units. And anti-cav as well. This city's pumped out these, which actually will need to move off that spawn point, I forget, in order for it to build even more. We'll scrap Topkapi just for the time being and produce another army of 5 more military units, using up this pretty reasonable base that we've built so far to hopefully protect what is rightfully ours from what could very well be even more aggression.
You are squandering my time and...
I've been left with no choice.
What do you want?
Here is...
The world has clearly provoked an attack on me that they don't have any intention of turning their back on. It is very evident to me what is going on here with these military units entering the ocean, so I will now act to proactively defend what is rightfully mine. Let's get these... Let's teach these chumps a lesson.
Topkapi has been built.
Unfortunately, I missed the turn
renamed
tick,
a number of times. It is a
but I'm
testament
going
to
in.
Stamina and survivability.
Let's surge reinforcements. Brilliant. Military stars unlocked. Our first victory on the border. Achieved. Let's move in. Can we go 2 for 2 in a turn? I think we absolutely freaking can. Get me up there. Get me in there. You want to fight? You have chosen to reject all peace options. Then you will have your day in the sun. It's victory over Parseus, the first city to fall in the war. Fantastic. They thought trade was my only way out of this. Think again, buccos. The Venetians have decided to jump in. That was an inevitability at this point. I should have declared war a long time ago and squashed this threat, instead of trying to go for the diplomatic option constantly. Here jump in the Umayyads, and the English have followed suit. It's kicked off, everybody. It's kicked off. War has begun in the capital. Look at the amount of units I can produce per turn here, with infinite amounts of population to follow. A whole load of undefended units in the sea potentially provides a very quick opportunity for me to secure a very quick navy. Look at this. Before they arrive, there'll be boats waiting to sink them on the shores. These units will be in for a very bad time. Should have waited an extra turn before declaring that war. I would note, none of those other wars did I declare. Those were all entirely carried out by the choice of other players. Let's send my little navy down this way as well. They'll make light work of those troops. We have massive influxes of units coming in from the left. That's likely to be a little bit of a problem. So I'll just quickly fang this place onto super builder mode as well. Focus on building up additional support for Carthage, because Carthage is likely the weak point right now. And seeing as war has been declared, let's see if we can jump into somebody who can help us out. I'm going German. And we're gonna immediately start fighting right here as soon as this turn ticks over. Oh no! Get out of the way!
Both of industry and of political philosophy.
Come on, fight, 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 fight.
It was a challenge to keep both the factories running.
This is a big win for us. We grab these units before they can make landfall, protecting the capital, and completely annihilating them! Oh, what a victory in the sea that was! Oh, you'd be reeling afterwards. You would be reeling. Let's move on first mover advantage here and send these units around the coastline. Continue to move through here. No reason to wait. No reason to hold the line. Forward march. Let it be known that years of rejected offers, alliance proposals. Heck, you could even argue that this territory was rightfully mine after I willingly ceded it out of the goodness of my heart. If you were that way inclined. I'm not that way inclined. So instead, I'll sweep through and take what's rightfully mine. And if anybody else wants to fight me, so be it. Chat rightfully calling for a coup. Twitch chat in particular. Look at this. Look at what the people have brought on themselves. The Ottomans. Oh, please. My units, my ships gained double promotions out of that too. Let's move them on to the aggression fairly quick smart. There's no way in Huck that they take this capital city. So I would suggest that we start moving units in and down here. Likewise down from Carthage towards Sidon. They'll probably think that Sidon is somewhat undefended. So I might just make it very clear that that's not the case. By immediately spamming out some crossbows at the start of next turn. Just to really show them, Mr. Who's the Boss. It's me, punk. And there's another 4 crossbows inside on, with your freaking name on it. We'll pump them straight out into the city centre. I think I could claim a wonder. In all this madness, I'm going to claim the Eiffel Tower. Hey, guess what? This is mine too. How do you like me now? I can upgrade my religion. Yield to none. Observe feasts. +5 food on harbour. Let's do that. I got one of the harbour ones. Amazing. Okay. Oh my goodness, I can do it again? Mandate patronage for trade routes. +1 land movement speed and cheaper units. Let's grab that. That's really nice on hindsight, isn't it? Brilliant. Okay. My religion is now providing me a little bit of benefit, which is always a good thing. Let me get some resources and cities and stuff built up here. Oh my goodness. I'm quickly running out of time and turns just about everywhere and as far as the eye can see. Probably more garrisons on this tiny little place. Seems like a good idea. You're building boats and crossbows. You should get the German districts built. Please. When you have a minute. Nope, I've already moved through to the next turn. Oh boy. Having everybody declare war on you really puts the pressure on. It really puts the pressure on the old turd timer, let me tell you. Okay, Carthage has produced another 5 units. We'll produce another great swordsman. Why not? Let's keep the love rolling. Keep the love flowing in the wonderful world of Carthage. A couple more districts, I think, would be a good idea. So we'll scream down with some garrisons. Could also look to levy my citizens for their walls and their glorious, all sort of that sort of stuff. But I think that my wall technologies are pretty out of date. Should probably be my next move. Although patronage would have been pretty nice, huh? Likewise, gunpowder. Jeez. Where are you? Then we'll move to steam engine. I'm so behind in technology. I feel weak. Oh, look at this. Let's send some extra support this way. And look to tidy this southern war as quickly as possible. Which probably means quickly healing these units so that they operate at full health, marching them this way and scaring off these ones by baiting them into a fight. Insta-resolve that. That'll unfortunately draw a whole load of other ones in and waste all of their movement, so it's like, sort of not the end of the world, but it does remove their military strength. That's the downside of auto-resolving, is that all of your units' movements will get moved. Used up, rather, if they're in a foreign territory. What we can do to increase or decrease the amount of time it'll take here is also to cease this stupid action. So we'll insta-resolve and insta-success that. That reminds me of the boats. Let's see if they are strong enough by themselves to launch a counter-attack on this place. I reckon they just about could be. Army wages. Sounds like a really good thing. Let's get paid wages. Let's pay our troops absolutely what they deserve. This city down here has just been pulled into a really nasty war. Thankfully, the units that I just produced in Carthage can pump down there immediately. So, before insta-resolving that, and hopefully before the end of the turn, this is very hectic. I'm going to have to send them down there. That buffs it a little, but really not quite as much as I would have liked. Rebels from the Germans are appearing as my stability ceases to all-time lows, thanks to this gosh awful war. Let's pump some civilians out of Sidon, some more units out of Sidon, in fact some even more units out of Sidon. The gang really is all here. As Carthage looks to build units as quickly as it possibly can. And then I need to quickly insta-resolve this fight at the end of the turn. It was a success. Thanks to the sheer will of the people, of course it was a success. Peace, please. Still calling for peace in an unprecedented time of unjust wars being declared on me left, right, and centre. See if you can build some boats. This will be our next line of defence. Now that we've secured our land, I think we move to secure the seas. Once we have the seas secured, we won't have to deal with this rubbish anymore. Let's make sure that all of my units are constantly promoted to full health. Again, thanks to our super strong economy. And let's push these aggressors, these absolutely ludicrous aggressors, out of our land this turn. Don't even try it, buddy. You are well and truly pinned into a corner there. That is a really terrible deploy point to have left yourself in. No reinforcements will save those 5 units. Anything else sent in will perish. Over here, I'll trigger this fight again, but of course we'll move closer to the city first. That way I'll be able to get both. Ha. Are you ready for this? Or we just go for the city, actually. Maybe we just go for the city. Yeah. Let's just take the prize. Insta-resolve on the Ottomans, and it's another instant success. Aggressor well and truly pushed and pinned back. And Dusk is having problems, so we need to reload. Oh. Okay, all good. As I say, just do what we need to do. Hopefully hopefully these insta-resolves go just as well in the second roll as they did in the first roll. Oh dear. RNG. Not necessarily in my favour. Bro, research FFS? I cannot afford to. Z. I need to be full on focused on military units here. Did you see how close those fights were? There is no way I'm going to be like, hey everybody, can we just put down our swords for a minute and maybe pick up a couple of books? A couple of books would be nice. Those units would need to go there, and those units would need to go there. I wonder if this turn's going to work or not. It looks like it's still working to me, but if it doesn't, then we'll just reload. But it does sort of look like it's still working, so I'm going to play it out. I've got so many things to do. +1 city cap is really good. Insta-resolve a fight against some rebels. Move these units out and stationed. That'll let you wish build some more units. Carthage probably also needs to focus on building some more units. Okay, no, looks like we are good. We're still moving through. Fantastic. Okay, I can move to 4th tier religion. Let's go +2 combat strength on units. As our religion starts to actually pay off a little bit here. Brilliant stuff. Okay, let's continue to push like there's no tomorrow. Snake these units down this way. Get maximum movement out of as many of them as we can. And then just simply bring these ones round the outside, and trigger that fight. They're gonna hoon around in the middle of my territory. I really don't mind. I've got units everywhere. Hello. You would like to fight in a worse position, would you? So be it. And we'll make one more push towards Harappa and hopefully get that off in time. We might be forced to end the war first. However, by everybody else deciding to throw their foolish hats into the ring, we might have been given a graceful opportunity to get something else done here. Wait, didn't Devilish jump in on this too?
So tell me, how are you today?
Oh no, we still have an alliance. Reload time. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Oh, nice. Nice. Look at your research. I hear your calls. I hear your calls. They're going unanswered. They're going unanswered. Am I ready? This went in a moment. Well, no shit. I think I'm ready. Yes. Okay, great. I again reiterate my calls for trade, peace, and prosperity. I'm having my own war with the mercenaries in the south. I can send some units down to you if you like, Devilish. We've got strength to burn, baby. We've got strength to burn. Dare I say? Dare I say? I know it's a bit risky. We currently have 80 people watching live on YouTube alone with 79 likes. I think we might be able to get to triple digits today. And that's not even considering the over 20 people who are watching on Twitch. We've got over 100 people watching. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in on your likely Sunday and joining me for an event that we try and do once a month. Try and do one of these a month. A good interval. A good time for things to do, no? Jumbo got God Start. I reckon I got definitely God Start. Or maybe, I don't know, I kind of feel like if you started on the massive continent with 2 people, maybe if you'd traded with me at the start, got a whole load of money off it, and then expanded out quickly and hooned up as much of that continent as you could as one of those players, maybe that could have been the God Start. But I do think this time I was graced by the Humankind RNGs with a good start. That being said, I was more than willing to share it with literally everybody, and it was only those who decided not to share in my kind, repeated trade offers. Repeated and repeated. At great cost to my empire, I slightly sarcastically, but also truthfully note, 80 influence a time, 380 influence a time. I'm putting my own development on the line to resend offers. Again. And again and again. And just pulling up nout. Sweet nout. Forcing me to move outside of my city walls, yeah. Breaking our non-skirmish agreements. And sending military units into my borders? Goodness gracious. I mean, chat, I don't know if you're with me or against me, but it felt like unhinged aggression by a world gone mad. A world gone mad. Huck claims I'm 2 full eras ahead of most of us. I would note it's mostly the players who chose not to trade with me who I'm ahead of. No? The Graves have been... We'll ignore Devilish. Devilish is a radical exception to the course. How are the fame standings looking? Okay, good. So if we can stomp on the player in 3rd... Again, unprovoked aggression. I'm quite happy to leave it there, to be honest. I'm not looking to move... A war onto a foreign continent is an act of pure aggression. I can see my harbours being pillaged up here to the north. I mean, who cares is sort of my mantra. To be completely honest. There's a little bit of who cares action going on. But it is a timely reminder that navies matter. Navies matter in this weird world. So, allow me. New notifications are popping up. I should take note of these. Access to iron was purchased by the Babylonians. Go, you Babylonians! You're amazing. Stephen! 7 months as a freaking megapixel! Incredible. Stephen says, who would dare be against you now? Winky face. Well, I mean, surprisingly, nobody has tried to sign any peace agreements with me yet. So, I'm actually rather disgruntled to report still everybody, Stephen. Not a single person has yet decided, hey, you know what, maybe I should peace out. I'm invented to turn my people and faith and cultural brotherhood. I'm forced to yield to the tyrants in the north. Oh, please. What political spin that is. What political spin that is. You had nothing but kindness and generous offers of peace and prosperity. But I will yield this war. I'm not looking to push it any further than I need to. However, while we are still at war, I will absolutely continue to push it as far as I need to. And that includes tidying up any rogue units that are floating about. Let's get reinforcements that way. Carthage, we know, can produce reinforcements very quickly. And it's not really... yeah, it is still producing units like there's no tomorrow, so we'll just allow that. Stability seems to be okay in most places, but yet really bad in Sidon. I don't want to lose Sidon. So I'll just sort of lace some garrisons through and hope to slowly lift that up. Just a tad. Okay. Turn 51. As we roll through. Brilliant. Where did Carthage's boats go? All the way back here. Yikes. Because those harbours are being pillaged. Let's go for one whomping counter-offensive here. Just show these other war goers who's boss, because of course if they don't achieve their war objectives, then they are the ones left with egg well and truly on their faces. So, what we can hopefully do is not build crossbowmen. See ya. Invest in boats. I'm making enough money per turn that that's absolutely a possibility here. And that should be enough boats to repel that rubbish. Then we have... let's go full honor, full patriotism at this point. Grab the extra industry bonuses for producing our units. Make sure that we have enough to defend against the rebels, but also that we start to launch through and see if we can squeeze out this last city here in the last turns of the war. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we're going to give it a dang good go. We may as well. Okay. I'm feeling in a reasonable, if not perfect, position. Sidon should get the holy site down. Why is it not doing that? It's tempting even to just fire 7 people out of the city for it. I won't, but it is really tempting. Could also consider queuing up Le Infiltrator, plus 1 population per population on all cities. That would really sort it for the rest of time. So, stuff it, dude. Let's queue it up. And start to work on some wonders during an otherwise pretty scary time for the Empire. It's got to be noted. Position those units there. They are well and truly safe, I think. The capital is pretty well defended too, if I don't say so myself. Again though, research is an issue. I feel more in control now, so I'm going to now start to turn my attention towards some of the SimCity elements that have absolutely, I concede, been well and truly overlooked in the Empire. We'll start by getting the capital a whole load more science. Carthage will continue to build more units. Sidon can focus on districts. This city may as well focus on districts as well, actually, now that I look at it. That kind of seems like a no bueno. Keep a whole lot of nerds on science. Always a good idea. Merge these armies together, I suppose, to try and save a little bit of money. And I could send the crossbows up for a look at these pillaging boats, because next turn we really put the boot in there, I think. Speaking of putting the boot in, I wonder if I can do this. Siege could be an army completely composed of units unable to disembark or attack land targets. Okay, that's an easy fix. Close to victory in our first war. Absolutely brilliant. Again, not that I wanted it to come to this. Oh, it brings me great sadness. It brings me great sadness. Let me pillage a harbour while I'm here. We might as well. It's a lot of money. Let's pillage that. How do you like that? You want to mess with my trade? Oh, I'm about to mess with yours, bucko. Looks like I've successfully repelled basically every fight on all sides. More boats coming in. I've got reinforcements from the land as well. My crossbows will likely get themselves a bit hurt. It's got to be said. But Ooga Booga Metal Man standing outside city gates. Oh, I can deal with that. I can deal with that. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's only me. And I'm here as your friend. Looks like I won't quite be able to make it to Harappa, even with the extra sieging benefits. So, we'll just go for the fight. Squeeze out a couple more. Just add a little bit of extra suffering onto the end of the war. There, really capitalise. And let's have a look at these surrender terms. So, winner with 240 war score. Very good. Unfortunately, it's not enough to vassalise. But it is enough to take 3 occupied cities. Let's do it. We'll force that surrender. There we go. An empire successfully brought under the peaceful occupation of I. Brilliant. I seek no more from this war. I do not wish for war in these times. In fact, let me extend an olive branch to you. Let me allow you to recover quickly with a trade agreement. I can pump a whole load of money into your economy very quickly. Just say the word. Just say the word. This is militarized slightly more than I would have liked. So, let me use my first mover advantage to hopefully snag like 5 boats here, maybe? That would be really nice if we could get to 5 in a turn. Yes, we can. We could even go further than that. They're going to be blocked, but we'll do it. What's this coming over here? A couple of guns. So here's my research wariness starting to show. The downside is they're already quite weak on their war support. Now, over here, we have a conflict that they really shouldn't engage in, but they're going to do it anyway. Love it. Here come my 2 crossbows, which I should quickly send across. Ah, I didn't quite get them across fast enough. I'm trying to manage too much here. Materials procurement could be useful for trade resources, but maybe there's something better I can be buying.
Friends and enemies change places with startling fluidity. You might as well be ready to deal with all.
You come to talk? I will listen.
Very good. Okay. That's potentially a big move for me. The Ottomans would now like an alliance. Sure. Like I say, peace. All I ever wanted was peace in our time. It's a shame it was a lesson hard learned. Welcome to the School of Hard Knocks, friend. Unfortunately, this time, I rolled the RNGesus roll, and you did not. That's all it is. Let me withdraw my troops from your borders. We don't need to be here anymore. We don't want to be here anymore. We never wanted to be here. Oh, you've decided to stop this nonsense, have you? Oh, right, we're allied now, you can't. Very good. Well, that was an easy solution to that boat conflict, although I should have started the fight first, really. However, plenty more fights to be had here. Look at this. Should we sink these guns before they can make it over? I think we should. Yeah, they're gonna get absolutely obliterated. Look at that. Look at that immediate backpedal. Unfortunately, not far enough for you, friend. Let's see how the AI handles this conundrum. They did manage to withdraw a couple of units back onto their borders first. You should give me Harappa. Oh, you can have Tikal. There's no way to trade cities in Humankind. I can't just give you a city, Devilish. Unfortunately, I would love to, because I don't want them. How did this conflict go? Looks like well. Looks like very well indeed. Hey, actually, we can trigger another one by using my land units to fight here. Insta-resolve that. That will pull the boat, the naval units, into the fight and enable me to sink, hopefully, everything. I don't mind if I take a few losses in the process. Just bankrupt me already, Jumbo. Winnable, Jumbo? I think so, King Island. I think so. Totally. Liberate. Oh, yeah! But who will it liberate to? How does the liberation work? Like, if I liberate this city, grant independence to the inhabitants of the city, the newly independent city will be thankful. Okay, so... Alright, Devilish. If you can send some troops into Tikal... I can liberate a city if you send troops near it and then take it after liberation. Go to Tikal. This may also bait someone who I'm at war with into coming over here. Which would also be a win because I still have loads of military units about. Loads and loads of them about, like. So, not a big deal. We can go for upgrades and heals and all sorts of stuff here. So, may as well while we wait. We do need to connect gunpowder, which surely we have. Yes. Great success. Let's get guns online. Oh, a counterattack down to the south. No siree. Oh no, that's my ally. Forget I spoke, but we should bring these gunners back to land, potentially. You've still got... Oh, you've actually got some gunboats of your own, so we'll withdraw our fleet back a little bit here to defend, I think. Might send these ones this way. Try and sort of spread them out. In positions where they can move if they need to move, but also so that we don't show all of our cards at once. These two knights can probably just turn back into citizens. These two crossbows will act as our sort of coastal defense units, I think. They'll just hog a couple of tiles. Eventually they'll upgrade into guns. For the time being, they'll use up a little bit of money and just kind of stand there. I like that. We don't need to focus on building units at the moment, so I would be a fool to do so. Let me bring my units into my cities. Clear the way for Devilish to come through here into Tikal. You're gonna need more than 3 units. I guess I could weaken Tikal first. Actually, yeah, let me weaken Tikal first. Okay. Where is it? Tikal. Oh no, but I might just wipe it out. I guess that doesn't really matter, because I can just keep liberating it. Alright. Let's liberate Tikal, and then... Where are you going? Where are you going? You fools! Get back here and take that. Okay, we'll liberate Tikal, we'll destroy its units, and then Devilish can take it. And if someone else takes it, I mean, they're not going to be able to hold it, so it doesn't matter. Oh, these units. Finally. They are within range, at least, which will allow me, I think, to siege this, no? Maybe next turn. We'll see. We might as well, because we're at war, so we should make the most of it, quite frankly. Start to upgrade my crossbows into gunners of my own. Just in the nick of time. Those who worried about research, worry no more. I think we timed it fairly well. Fairly. Not perfectly, but probably good enough. What do we have waiting for me here? Nothing, and we'll leave it that way. Anybody else want to end this madness? Huck has your unjust war going, slowly declining over time. Good. Dusk has yours going, slowly declining. Looks good to me. This one is looking in real danger. We should move on that one next. Let's do that. I guess my boat's being here. Oh god, we need to get these units out of Dodge. Jeez. This is precious cargo. Double, triple promoted gunners. Absolutely bring them back to base. No need to push that aggression. I should look to upgrade. Accept my surrender, you coward. War resolution. Surrender. Very well. Peace in our times! Let there be peace again once more. Please, let me know. Gladly. Gladly. I didn't even know it was there. I'm still rather concerned about this, but at the moment, war score is on my side. So I think I'll just let that sort of play out. I have a natural buffer here of Harappa and Perseus. Two cities that I left not in my control on purpose. Not interested in having too many coastlines to defend. And I certainly don't need the cities. Let me weaken this for Devilish. Hopefully not take it. Looks like I'm going to take it. I took it. Let me liberate it again. Oh, hold on. Advantageous player steps in. I'm gonna have to coach. I'll do some coaching. Move him right next door. I absolutely have the strength to be able to flip. And actually, because it's my territory, we can just scare them off. So let's just send some reinforcements over this way. And oh no, they're my ally, so they would be breaking an alliance to fight me. So that's fine. Would you like to trade, Huck? You want to come back to the wealth of luxury that could be afforded to you in times of peace and security? No? Just me? Oh dear. Loads of boats over there. I wonder if we overwhelm them with force rather than technological superiority. Let me check the tech tree, actually. I went for patronage. Oh shoot, I should really check that, shouldn't I? Let's go naval artillery, flintlock, chartered companies, propeller. Love it. Might move through to a scientist culture, maybe. Try and up our science game here in the last era. Minus 20% research technology costs. One science per district. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. Let's move through into the Swedes as our final pick. I'm going to forego some extra fame in the spirit of beelining ahead to glory and hoping, hopefully, again, cross his fingers, leaving everybody who chooses to not stand with us behind. Again, I've not lost sight of the creation of a world order that stands on peace and trade and prosperity. And I'm still pursuing that goal. Devilish refusing to move right next door to Karl. I might just burn it down in that case. I do, of course, have the ability to just completely burn it down. So maybe we'll just do it. Just burn the center. Let him expand with his army. I could do. Or I might just burn it down myself and then attach it to my own city and say, actually, you've missed your chance. I've let you know you need to move your units in already, friend. Where are your units at? Bring them into the city, or I will burn it down myself. I will burn it down myself if I have to. And burn it down with my newly upgraded crossbows. Spreading fear into the hearts of our enemies. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Looks like, yeah, Devilish isn't going to move their swordsman in, so... Oh, have I spoken too soon? Look at this, here they go. Okay, they are moving right in next door. Good stuff. Let me move down here and make sure my ally doesn't get any dumb ideas. Let me liberate... I mean, you wouldn't break an alliance over this because you would just get swamped and lose everything that you own. So I'm going to assume that this is going to be safe. And... liberate Tikal again. Strike Tikal again. Insta-resolve, insta-success. Again, just making it that little bit weaker. Yeah, sorry, you snooze, you lose, bucko. Okay, now I need to send my advice to Devilish. I will liberate and then you hit it. Next turn. Message me when you are perfectly ready to hit attack. We've coordinated such a foolish strike. Speaking of foolish strikes, in the the possibility that a foolish strike is carried out, and my ally decides that they're going to try and take KICKBAck through a manner of all cheese, I will prepare for that eventuality by just reminding my ally that open borders do go both ways. Continue to upgrade our defensive, purely defensive units over on our coastline over here. Whole load more guns added into the mix. Looks pretty good to me. Some gunner boats though over there. It's got to be noted. Gunner boats still looking kind of scary. So I might bring my boats nice and close together. Make sure everybody's healed up. Okay. Okay. He's in place. Okay. Now. Alright, here we go. Hopefully this works. Can I get some crossed fingers in the chat, please? I'm nervous. Go, Devilish!
Given 30 research quarters, I'm
Go!
not sure if this should be called the City of Science or the Den of Geeks.
Looks like I'm burning it down. My quote-unquote ally decided that one single territory was worth declaring a new war. That's really unfortunate. You would think given the chance to recover, you would just settle for the recovery, wouldn't you? Oh dear. Let it be known that, again, an unprovoked attack between a deal between two nation states was completely and utterly disrespected again here. Again. Devilish, you were too slow, as I feared. But never fear, because I'm... Oh no, you did it! Oh, you did it! Oh, good stuff! You just went back and took it yourself! Oh, that's brilliant! Let me stay here then. Let me stay here and make sure that you keep a hold of it. I'll position myself right in the city centre, and we'll make sure... Oh, of course, because when this cheeky sod, this cheeky redacted sod, decided to move in and take it, their units were left far too weak to defend it. So they moved in, took it, but then lost it. And now Devilish was able to take it. Yes! Yes! It actually worked in our favour. And them moving in first actually screwed them over. They should have let Devilish move in first and then gone in. And they would have been able to capture the city. Oh, I can't help but feel that that is just desserts right there, isn't it, everybody? That is just desserts right there. Yes, Devilish, congratulations. Success! Absolute success! Amazing. We're still in an alliance. It didn't even trigger a war, and you know what? I'm not going to trigger a war over it, actually. I've moved in. I've shown my might. We don't need to fight over this. Peace in our times. Peace and prosperity in our times. Let me stop gasbagging and start actually building research quarters in all of my cities. This is, after all, the name of the game with the Swedes here, is for me to be able to catch up on research and secure sweet victory. So let me just yeet stuff to the start of the queue, start to purchase these outright. You'll notice a significant upshift in my research, which loads of you have been worried about in both chats. At the moment, I'm on 1300 science. Let's see what we can do. In times of peace, we will prosper, because this is how prosperity works. That was a rather evil, prosperous laugh, wasn't it? Jeez. Either way, let's build prosperity for the people. This also includes some fairly late to the party manufactories to try and provide me with a bit more stability and wealth out of all of my resources. Again, this was something that I was just unable to do because I was distracted during war times. But now that we're in times of peace, everybody can focus on the task at hand. Building wonderful cities. Hello. Disembark. Thank you kindly. We are at war. It's a fight that I'm going to trigger and instantly resolve it because they've left one unit far enough away from their city that I can fight it. We are still at war with this player. I don't believe we had a request for an end to the war, did we? No. No, they didn't request it at all. So we'll continue to push this aggression then, I suppose. With my boats. They're not going to have enough boats to repel an attack. In fact, I would encourage them to move toward me here. As I look to end this war, probably without taking a city, actually, by the looks. Probably ends up no city, no sum game for us there. But that's okay. Because we'll at least profit off of them. Because they've declared a completely unjustified war that they had no means to even carry out. Felt to me very much like an ideological war. Rather than one of rationed... rational. Or rationed, maybe? Rationed. Sure, why not? Rather than one of rationed intellect. Okay, Tikal has been seized. Unfortunately, it looks like it's been seized. Yeah, so you're at war. Okay, I'm gonna have to come in and defend Devilish here, because Devilish is actually at war with my ally. Which unfortunately means because the Ottomans have declared war on Devilish, and Devilish has been my long-standing ally, I am now drawn into conflict with Devilish. It's a sad time. It's a sad time for us all. However, what's a great time for me is that I've unlocked a civic that allows me to trade with people who are at war with me. And so now, I need not even for their diplomacy. You had your moment. You had your moment where you could have profited. You lost that moment a long time ago. Let it be known. The chat will not lie. The livestream VOD tells no lies. Let me clear them out of down here as well. This is probably a nuisance for future development of Tikal. There we go. We'll clear you out. If you lose that city, Devilish, I can take that back for you almost immediately. Oh, and you know what, actually, seeing as we've gone in on a pretty opportunistic war here because my ally decided to declare war against my other ally, putting me in a very difficult spot, we may as well seize this city. Because why not? Rebels incoming. Oh, God. Not the rebels. I can't seem to click any of these tiles. There we go. Insta-resolve. Sweep that up. And move our sweep through to Harappa. Again, we'll just look to push them back. They've taken Sapar, but obviously that's not going to fly. Let me try and insta-resolve. Ooh, you are not in range. That was probably a mistake in that case. That's actually a huge yikes for me. Looks like we should still be able to win that. Mohendaro might want to build something else, but I might focus on just actually trying to build up my science, because now I think is the time that I can focus on science and try and surge ahead and ensure that we have the technology to make sure that people can't mess with me in the last sort of third of the game that we're coming up to. Maybe the last quarter is a little more accurate. Hello? Science? Instead of the Eiffel Tower? Surely. Why are we wasting our time on the Eiffel Tower right now? Oh man, I need to get these manufactories down too. This will help with stability for ever and ever and ever and ever. So let me bounce back. I'm bouncing from one thing to another. War, to defense, to protecting my ally, to building up their territory, to defending their sovereign lands that I declared very clearly and openly as their sovereign lands. It's chaos. It's chaos and it's madness. We obviously won't be engaging in any more trade offers with anyone else, though. They had their time. They had their time. They chose not to. Now they pay the price. I think the garrisons are kind of a waste of time now as well. I probably have enough tiles that they don't really matter. So, let me do that. He took the starving city. Don't worry, we'll take that straight back. Look, we've got this fight down here, which will insta-resolve. Then, actually, it'll kind of help my war score a little bit, Devilish, so don't worry. Don't worry at all. 6 boats in the sea could be a little problematic. But by holding this city, I don't even actually have to push further. But I might send some units along the coast just to be safe. Got 3 gunners defending our coastline. We've got our newly promoted gunners defending up here. They'll be pretty important. As I start to move towards upgrading my boats, then we'll really be in a brilliant spot. Let me respond to Devilish publicly. I will defend your free people. There we go. It's back under Devilish control. All 3 of these cities are now under Devilish control, as they rightfully should be, I might hasten to add. Yeah, you know what? Let's move to Harappa. Why not? We've got the units standing around. We should probably actually just make the most of them. Artistic expression.
You know how it is. Too
Let's
much
censor the arts. Let's also maybe grab a little bit of monoculturalism for the extra influence. Very late in the game, probably, for that grab, but not the end of the world. Hey, we just ticked over 90 likes on YouTube. 10 more, and we can make it to triple digits this stream. Amazing. Amazing. A wonderful summary in the Twitch chat as well of how we've been unfortunately dragged into war yet again with who we'd hoped to have a really peaceful and prosperous relationship with. But unfortunately they decided to move on a city that was being handed over to Devilish to occupy. Look, you know, some things are unfortunately just out of my control, everybody. And I have to just do what I can to restore security. Restore security and good times to the people. Let's also restore some research institutes so that the people can learn and grow. My science previously was at around 1,000. We're now at around 2,000. Again, this is not terrible, but nothing to write home about, really. Gonna need to play a lot more catch-up on that. Definitely not gonna get the scientific victory condition. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm literally just trying to build up a bit more of a scientific baseline. This unit's kind of a waste of time. See ya. You can be a population in Carthage, which, by the way, is so desperately starving. Let's fire 8 of them out for one of that. Few of them out for that too. Why not? Get the scientific infrastructure, of course, very important to buff existing scientific districts. So we should probably slam some of that in. And I can continue to use my money to trade with people who I want to trade with. Like, maybe Devilish. No, you've got literally nothing even improved. That's a bit of a yikes. We'll trade with Huck. We had some success with some diplomatic relations with Huck. Decided to declare a rather foolish, unjust war. But, I mean, apart from that, losing stability fast. Also losing stability. Dong lol. Huck has seized a good amount of land on this territory, though. I note still some free land up to the north there. What have we got here? Insta-resolve this fight. Great success. And an insta-resolve here for even more great success. Does that give me the war support I need to end this madness? Yes! Next turn, it does. Brilliant. Just in the nick of time. We also look to have still an ongoing war with Dusk. Dusk, at any time, if you'd like to surrender this stupidity, you're most welcome to. In the meantime, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can trade with players who are at war with me. And likely open up as much trade as I possibly can with you, although it looks like the turn timer is glitched and I've ran out of money. You're holding us up. I have a lot to do. I have a lot to do. I will be faster. Although now I see stalling. We could be waiting on a fight, maybe? No, it looks like we'll just go for the quick reroll. Which gives me just a very brief minute to catch my breath. Let me ready up. Whew. How are we doing in chat? Oh yeah, yay, senorita. 96 likes. Thank you to those 6 people. Appreciate that support. Whew. Okay. Hopefully this will be the last re-roll as we move toward some of the final turns in the stream. I believe I have readied up. Yes. Yes. Waiting on Devilish by looks. obviously a wartime commander as well, having a lot to deal with at the minute. A lot to deal with. Who are we at war with? We are at war with Orange, redacted, who's orange here but blue in game. I need to check on our war status with Gecko, because that one will be expiring on its own right very soon. And then we still have an ongoing war with Dusk, purely because they've just decided not to surrender. They could surrender at any time. We're not actively engaging in any combat, or we're not, because we're not interested in pushing the war beyond our continent, unless we get pulled into it. Now, we did recently have peace agreements and peace talks with Redacted. They went south very quickly when they decided to capture a city which was being handed over to Devilish. So, it's pulled us back into another conflict. This time, of course, I stand by my allies, always. Always. Trade, peace, prosperity. Ruled with an iron fist. That's the plan, anyway, as we load back in. I'll be right back in 1 minute. Feel free to play through the turn. Oh, that was good timing. Okay, looks like we've just made it back in. I'm going to try and be a little bit faster with my turn timers so that we don't keep Europeans awake until the nth hour. And do I want to add anything to the city of Agra? Oh, maybe not. Maybe we just chuck it on collective minds. It's not actually really that good yet. I don't think that's a good idea. It could use more territory. It's not going to get any. What else do I have to do before I can end my turn? These gunners would likely want to be over here, probably, so we'll just position them there for future situations. Continue to march these units along where they can be marched along, but otherwise not. Still waiting on an upgrade for my boats. So we'll just hold the line with all of them. Yeah, brilliant. Look at that. Ended turn. Wow. Okay, first upgrade available for the boats. Close to victory with the Dutch. We secured that without managing to snag a city off of them, but I'll allow it. All of these cogs being upgraded into gunner platforms will make... likely make poor Gecko think, oh, I probably should have attacked in a little bit quicker than that. Potentially. I don't know what their situation's like. But I'm going to buy some dyes off them and feed my people with... some salt, rather. I'm going to feed my people with your salty tears. Shots fired.
Congratulations on your fame, fortune, and place in the annals of history.
That's a bit of a risky bounce. Back up this effort here with more military support to protect Devilish. I'll keep these units stationed here. Just to reform. Done. Okay, another war is over. I've been left with 150 war score, which is just enough to make you my vassal. Disturbed one. Welcome. Yes, I am the liege of the Dutch. I have a liege. Incredible power! Oh, what a great big backfire that was. Woof. Alrighty. Thank you for coming. Let me jump this unit out that way. I'll pull my fleet back, obviously. We don't need to defend our liege. That's for fools. And then let's move those units that way. The Umayyads would like an alliance. We'll counter it back at them. If they want to pay for it, they can take it. See how they like it. Jumbo never forgets. We'll hold Devilish's land here and continue to occupy it with a pretty significant military presence so that Devilish can focus on building up a city and becoming more famous. I wonder if I wanted to push a cheeky move against these. Let's have a look. 42 combat strength compared to my 48 now, upgraded. Yeah, that looks like a good move to me. Let's Carpe Diem. Seize the freaking day. And finally take down these units, which have been taunting me on my borders for a very long time. Great success. A nice border skirmish there. Also, don't forget, all of these wars have enabled me to catch up on all of my military stars. The one star that I was missing that other players could have picked up, assuming I was going to stick to my word and stay peaceful. Interesting that I was able to likely leverage those to keep me well and truly in the lead, right? There was a period where there was less than 1,000 fame in that gap, but I reckon that probably being able to seize these military stars, I'd have to look back at the footage to actually properly make sure that that's the case, but I suspect that's probably what's played out here. The seizure of all of these military stars has just enabled me to run away with the fame game, because those were the only stars that I couldn't earn, given the way that I chose to play the game. Maybe. Maybe. It certainly wasn't my research strength. That much be known. There was a period of about an hour where almost every single person in chat was screaming, "Research!" It wasn't quite needed at that moment. I stand by that. However, we're going to try and catch up on it now, just to make sure that we don't fall behind right at the end. Otherwise, I will try and end my turns a little bit quicker by stationing these units. I don't think I need another victory. Oh, yeah, actually, I kind of do need another victory. Okay, we'll move back, heal, and then go in for another victory with these units. Get some more war support in this stupid conflict. There's actually a somewhat undefended fleet down this way, so maybe if I send some melee units in range, try and bait them. Come on, come get some. I'll just quickly upgrade these units, a couple of them, and then station the rest. I am still at war with Harappa? Yep, still at war with Harappa, and actually it's one that we need to try and wrap up, so I'm gonna have to also move these units in. Let's move in out of Devilish's lands, maybe. We don't need literally every man and his dog here. This is a fight that shouldn't have been triggered, but I'll happily insta-resolve that one. Love it. Next turn we'll go for those upgrades. You can stand there and do nothing. Press freedom sounds like a really terrible idea. I'll prevent empire-wide revolution in a minute. That will be the final piece of this puzzle. To fully make sure that we are just completely and utterly secured everywhere. And then I might just station this fleet here as a secondary defensive fleet. This unit is serving almost no purpose. I'll get rid of it so that I don't have to micromanage it in future turns, and I'm eating my turn with a minute to spare. Whew! I know that I can shift click to save some time. It's almost none though if you think about the actual number of clicks and buttons involved. It's minuscule. It's minuscule, but maybe I should be doing it. I'm actually playing one-handed, so it's actually much slower for me. And look, it wasn't even me holding up the game. It's Gecko. Which is fair, because looks like might be pushing for one last push. I don't know. I don't know how you push through the sea without a navy to support yourself. Let's quiz that question now, shall we? Now looks like a good time to push that question, I think. Hello, friend. I'm not sure how well this is going to go for you, being backed into a corner. Get these boats back here and promoted. Conscious not to leave this line too poorly defended either. but seizing this is a massive win for me. So I'm going to push that attack and sink these boats through sheer overwhelming firepower. We have enough units back here that they won't be able to send reinforcements because all of the reinforcements look to be land-based units, right? An incredible reliance on land-based units, which require a naval crossing. So, I can trigger this unit, sink these boats without reinforcements being able to get in. Even if they entered the battlefield, they would be unable to defend again. And in that spirit, and following my own advice, let me reinforce. Let me reinforce my words with actions. And just grab Carthage on boats. Maybe also you if you wouldn't mind, just build a couple of boats and keep yourself busy for a few turns. Speaking of keeping selves busy for a few turns, this one unit is going to stop me from marching all of my units through here. Frustratingly slow. I'm sorry. Nothing I can do about that one unit. Except, of course, destroy it. So, let me ensure that this doesn't become a problem. Next turn. Insta resolve, get that out of the way, and then we'll sweep through and destroy Harappa. We might even bounce across the ocean and grab this one pop city, if an opportunist like Dark Green isn't interested in grabbing it themselves. The question is, are they? The answer is no. Would it be a good catch-up mechanism instead of grinding against me in the ocean? Ditch that mental image from your head, but the answer is maybe. Maybe. I don't know. They could have superior firepower hidden in the fog. There could literally be like 100 units waiting to disembark here. I don't know, of course. It is a complete and utter mystery. Looks like there is still one other player waiting to move through, so I can keep building up my cities here and using this time to my advantage. Grab a little bit of extra science, maybe. Sure. A few boats here. They can just kind of sit still and think about what they've done. And the Devilish Defense Force will do just that. Devilishly defend. Fantastic. Pyramid, why not? Should probably queue up some other stuff too. Let's get, like, more money and more science. Just get all of these infrastructures improved. Bam! How about that? Very good! Unclaimed Wonders. I could flex my Wondrous Might and find something to keep the cities busy with.
And thousands of liters of paint.
Let's grab the Empire State Building and just force my trade on people. Just provide some diplomatic assistance to Devilish there. Looks like some naval assistance heading that way, but that doesn't bother me because so long as those ships aren't able to defend their melee units that are crossing, it's kind of the same objective. Especially now that I'm starting to rank up in science and money, you can see boat upgrades becoming a non-issue for me really, for the most part. Brilliant. I think that will allow me actually to even just push down here. And seize that. Cool. We might leave those ones there. And bring this one over with his mates. Who are just going to wait there. The Devilish Defense Force will remain defended. We'll insta-resolve that battle. Again, another turn wasted, unfortunately, defending there. But that's okay. Jump the Devilish Defenders into the sea and send them over. And they'll be the last hurrah of strength that we need. While we send in the fleet, actually, to just reinforce this. Why not? I have the strength. Let's do it. Let's send in the fleet to tidy up these units that think that the ocean is a good place for them to go. I'll grab Siege Tactics. And should we beeline towards a technology that's helpful? What do you reckon? Maybe we go for, like, the German U-boat or something. That could be a fun little ending. And the Swiss as well, actually, have a pretty cool ship. So let's move through and get, like, the Corvette and that kind of thing. Just to really double down on what we're putting down. I forgot to move these units. Bit of a faux pas, not gonna lie. Bit of a faux pas. But that's okay. Is it enough strength to just take this? Yeah, well and truly. Let's insta-resolve that. They've sent their ships out of range. Which also works well for my ships, which are, of course, closing in on the enemy. Here, too. Let's insta-resolve and sink that fleet. As they really get pinned in the strait, I've taken Harappa, so I've seized control of this peninsula as well, making it really hard for them to navigate through with any great speed or pace. We'll sink those units in the sea, no trouble. And do I have any other actions to complete this turn? A couple of boats here that we're just producing. We'll move them forward a fraction, I think, as I start to maybe try and get this war completed a little bit faster, right? We're going to try and go for more of an aggressive tact, maybe. I'm going to need coal connected. Do I have it researched? Yes. Do I have enough of it? No. Luckily, we can just grab some. Or is it gunpowder that I need? It could also be gunpowder. Wouldn't hurt to have some gunpowder. I don't think I need iron. Let's just see if we can find someone. Who else is prosperous? Maybe Huck? No. Really struggling to draw up the strategic resources we need. But that's okay. I think to show our wonderful liberty and kindness, we're going to build the Empire State Building. And get cities to build that for us as our ultimate victory monument, I think. I'm not going to fight that, obviously. That's a silly move. My boats will be more than enough of a deterrent to defend the coastline there, so they can stay defended forever. We did indeed win, looks like, both fights here in the sea, thanks to our incredible naval superiority. We'll keep these units stationed here for the rest of the game. A pathetic fight down there by the Harappans. We've successfully secured Devilish's lands. And look, Devilish! A shout out to Devilish, who's finally taken this southern territory at the bottom of their borders. Fantastic. Look at this. We've seized control of the continent. In an unexpected way. Aren't the city names so good? Do I dare? Do I dare? It's a shame it had to be this way. It's a shame it had. And then Devilish can rename this one to come to this. Here's another surrender by Redacted. What should we take this time? Can we... I'd love to just vassalize you. But I guess I'll take Harappa for my troubles. We'll leave you Parseus. We'll take Harappa. We'll call it... Yikes. This is diplomatic warfare at its height. Amazing. Let's get some research institutions down so that we can teach these people what a real city looks like. And hopefully now we've brought enough peace and security to the continent that our troops, after fighting for thousands and thousands of years to defend our glorious homeland, maybe finally now they can hang up their boots after quickly upgrading their guns in a last-minute act of aggression and just retire. Let's build the Empire State Building where we're not building anything else. Cities like You Wish. All hail Jumbo. With love. With love. Sidon is still just Sidon. Supper. Amazing. I've ended my turn. I think we will let peace reign. Are we at war with anyone else? So we're still at war with the Zulu in the industrial era. We've just signed a peace declaration with our British neighbours. They've been left with one city as a result. We've of course signed peace with the Dutch as well. In fact, we are the liege of the Dutch. So that was a very successful peace agreement. Dusk is also still at war. I mean, this feels like a great crying shame. Dusk. I could just pay you off for peace. You know what? You can have peace. And you can have a $1,900 donation out of good faith from me to you, my friend. Take it. Have peace with me. Trade with me. Grow your empire in the last few turns. It's not too late for you to get enough fame to definitely move at least up one place, I would say. End of the war with Joseon. There we go. There we go. How about that? Hey? Peace be upon us. And I've given you a little bit of cash money too. Mainly because I'm doing the classic Cold War power move and trying to boost up the strengths of people near my enemy. Could consider to buy my enemy's resources though. Not a bad shout. Let's connect coal. Yeah. Thanks for providing me with coal, friend. Now what do I need? Oil. Anybody got oil? Nobody at all? Slaves? Well, the world has some mixed opinions on them. Might just leave that.
You seem trustworthy.
Joseon would like to trade luxuries. I mean, this is really just doing this out of the goodness of my heart, because I can trade with them anyway. Because I can trade with people irrespective. But we will allow it. I could just declare war and trade, but we'll allow it. Let's have good times, peace times. You can spend that money and buy some resources off me. Grow your empire. Go on. We probably don't need defenders all the way down here, so let's hustle some defenders to the capital. Of course, the last sort of place that would need to be defended here as we move towards the last few turns of the game. I'm also happy to probably queue up just the infrastructure that looks the best to me. And actually, we could even consider just going collective minesing in the last few turns. Once the Empire State Building is built, once I've connected, say, the oil that I was just complaining about as well. That looks like a good shout. Let's grab that. Devilish will have a lot, but I'm not a merchant, so I can't just sort of bully my way in and improve it on their behalf. But that's okay. I'll refuse to do us both any favors. Zero stability incoming? Oh yeah, speaking of zero stability, did I do press freedom? No. Definitely need to do the press for freedom propaganda thing. But maybe it's kind of too little too late. Yeah. I think it probably is. I'm going to just try and finish the Empire State Building first, because my stability is actually okay. Hux is struggling. He's got trade luxuries with me, so it's likely just a lack of income. I could send a little bit of money to Huck by choosing to buy Huck's resources instead of anyone else's. It's a small thing, but it does add a little bit of surge support. It's got to be noted. It's got to be noted. Darius, you are absolutely right. In Twitch, you are just absolutely right. I totally agree. I totally agree. And we've got over 100 likes. Thank you, YouTube chat. You did it. You freaking digit. Amazing. Thank you for that. Gotta head home from work. It's been great being back. It has been great to see you back, Tinker. Nice that you've maybe got a little bit of an extra opportunity here as well. Burning out a few outposts towards... Yeah, could have burnt down the Harappan outposts. That would have made it a little easier. Turn pending on Devilish. Naturally, got a very complex empire to manage. With 4 cities now, actually. Look at this! Look at this! Amazing! Oh, so good. Yeah, let's provide a little bit of a cash injection into this economy. Look at that, 1,400 bucks. Woof. There you go. We basically just donated 2 grand. Amazing. Say nothing if I'm not generous. Joseon would like an alliance. Well, it's too little too late for that. You can't just jump onto the winning side right at the end. You can have it if you want to pay for it. Oh dear. Ah! Look at this! Amazing. Okay. So, stability definitely an issue over here. I wonder if I could capitalize on that. Troops still amassed pretty strongly on that border. But not so much down here. I've got more than enough naval units to repel an invasion for long enough there, so might just shift a few priorities now that this gem has opened up and successfully been weakened for me. Nice! Oh, I didn't get the upgrade off in time like an absolute noob. That's okay. I will allow it. Let's eliminate and exaggerate and scientific agreement with Joseon. Sure, you bought your way into an alliance. It's a bit rough for you, isn't it? Let me send some trade your way to make up for it. Here you go. Look, I'll take some of your salt. I'll take your obsidian. Here you go. Have a bit of money. Our trade routes are much cheaper because we're much closer together, but that just means that I can get more of them for you. How about that? You can enjoy prosperity in the last few turns. Have coal if you need it, Jumbo? Oh. Ah. Say no more, my little toady. Where are you? I don't have the money at the moment. I'll consider making another donation to you in future.
Pleased to accept your proposal, friend.
Oh, actually, I do have the money. Alright, sure. Yeah, why not? You can have my luxuries. You can engage in the prosperity that your people were promised, dare I say, around 4,000 years ago? I mean, who's got a calendar? I'm not keeping track. We will, I'm joking, of course. We'll shuffle you through, donate a whole load of money to you as well, allow you to grow up nice and strong. Devilish, how are your donations doing? We should really have, like, a cultural agreement, friend. Let's get one of those online. You've got no luxuries improved. Improve your resources, you fool! We can do greatness! I'm going to put my cities onto collective minds toward the end of the game, just to see how much science we can surge. We've now got around 5 times as much as we had before, so good to know. Okay, we're through the next turn. Quick check on fame just to make sure there aren't any rising powers. There is but one who stands in my way. And we are still at war. Again, I reinforce, not something that I supported. Let's have a look and see if this city is really, really easy to take. Looks like it will be. It'll just provide a burst of insta-war support to me, I think. Can't fight it. Oh no, I don't have any melee units in range. So I'm not gonna... I don't think I'm gonna be able to just fire upon it. Also, the lack of coastal tiles, actually, making it really difficult. So let's just make life difficult. And instead, use our boats to our advantage. I see some enemy ships coming in to the south here, so I might just pop back, upgrade, and then pop back. And up here, I think we just continue to move forward. Actually, let's just defend. I've changed my mind. I think a nice, stable defense here, with a clear amassing of troops on that border, is a really good idea. We'll have enough boats to completely fill the ocean and secure security forever! Okay, let's get some late game infrastructures so that I don't have to worry too much about what the city's doing after the fact. And in fact, I think if I just do a couple more of those, we could probably just put it onto collective minds and call it done. I'm gonna do the same with some of these. Let's put everything into science here toward the end of the game. So long as I have the resources I need, of course, because otherwise that's kind of annoying. Always a caveat. Collective minds with love. Peace, peace, peace. Maybe I'll just upgrade the military infrastructure and stuff here. Get like bunkers. I think the people would appreciate that. And it's going to keep it busy for the rest of the game regardless, so it doesn't really matter. This city isn't concerned about any potential threats, but on the off chance that there are some, let me just produce some U-boats here. That's the ultimate naval defense, really, isn't it? In fact, we need a couple sailing about here too. Spend our last few turns shoring up the oceans. We've got a fight, it's in my favor, and it's a great success. Brilliant. Let's continue pillaging this harbor. In fact, I'll do it again. More money! The game will end before you get down there. Why did I stop putting live icons in thumbnails? I didn't stop, just didn't do it this time. Was there a game ending condition that just triggered? The game ends in 7 turns. I should be alright. Unless, has someone hit the top of the tech tree? It's not me. Definitely not me. And I've definitely not vassalized anybody. Don't know if there'd be another victory condition being triggered, would there? Oh, the ships I have to the north. Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah, yeah. They can't get through anyway because of the borders. I don't have open passage through here, so it's a non-option. Unfortunately, but also kind of fortunately, because it probably just made me play a little bit safer, to be completely honest with you. I'm going to ignore wonders at the end of the game here too. We're going to endure with love. Love it. Station the U-boats there as one final deterrent. And let's, speaking of final deterrents, beeline to Exosuit and then do the bottom fusion reactor. As cities start to come online, I will of course also look to upgrade these units. And it looks to me like oil is something I'm short on. I wonder if Devilish does not absolutely have the scientific nous to upgrade that. Oil. Anybody got any oil? Let me have a look.
You have news?
Speak quickly before
No. Okay. Nobody in the world knows what glorious liquid gold even is. Which is fine. I'll open up some more trade with my neighbor. The coal, horses, copper, all really easy grabs. We can trade, of course, with players that we're at war with. So, we're pumping money into their economy, but also gaining their resources. It's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one. I think I'll just keep flexing down here. Pillage this harbour. Stop it from being a land spawn. 6 turns, 4,000 gold. Yikes is producing some U-boats to join. In fact, I can actually start to pump some of those out with some money. And end my turn. Let me have a look at the fame rankings for you. See how everybody is shaping up. Pretty interesting distribution. On the lower end, there's 7th. Then there's sort of 6, 5, 4, 3. Maybe we could bunch them into a category. You can move hundreds of fame in a turn if you're sticking around in an era and you've got some gold stars to grab. So I think that those players could easily move up or down 1, maybe even 2 spots. And then there's clearly an additional layer at the top of the players in 1st and 2nd, I think. Those look like kind of logical groupings, but as we move toward the end of the game, it runs out of time. If I knew how to upgrade resources, I would. Oh, dear village. Build an extractor on top. Hopefully that is helpful. I should choose a merchant culture. Is there any merchant culture in the game that could upgrade Devilish's resources, please? Any merchants wanna upgrade Devilish's resources? I'll put out a call. See if any kind souls answer it. We can pay them back in gold by trading with them lots. That's the only way I think I'm going to be able to influence that in this case. Hold the line. Snake the U-boat around in between these 2 pillage acts. That'll leave it within range so that if any units decide to come around, they'll get destroyed. Although, actually, I should probably just push it that way. Look at its huge movement, thanks to us playing as the Germans. We can sail across the whole sea. Granted, somewhat slowly, but we can do it. I'll put those units on defense. We can upgrade them later if we need to, and I will end that turn. Brilliant. As we move towards the last few turns in the game. They were all trading. Loads of trade going on in the background the whole time. Wherever I could force it, of course, I was able and willing to do so. And now I can literally just force it on people. Look at this. Huck's got nothing to trade, so I can't prove it.
What can I do for you?
Here we go. I'll take your stuff. Apparently not. No money.
Fast. Leave faster.
Oh no, look, we can get some mercury though. Must just be too inaccessible. Let's also get some sage off our wartime aggressor here. You know what? Maybe some obsidian as well. Let's really give them all of the money they deserve. Pump a whole load of cash into their economy. Not even in the era for that. No, you should be able to do it on Mercury. Definitely you'll be able to do it on your Mercury. If you've not got the calendar, we're in a really bad place. What's going on here? What are you getting all aggro about? I'm going to push a couple of diplomatic demands on people who really need to come in better alignment with the new, the emerged world order.
This may come.
No one abuses my people.
Generate a bit of war score if they deny it. For the lols more than anything. No, you don't need patronage. You only need calendar to upgrade... Oops. Upgrade the resource. Look at me, providing tips and tricks and strategies as we go. I'll just send the wee scouty boat around there. My demands have been refused. That empires will go to war. Really, Huck? You want to do this? I'm just gonna withdraw those. He called my bluff successfully. I don't need to stomp him down. I could, but there's really no need at this point. Come like and subscribe. What a fantastic message. What a fantastic message. A fanatical message. Even. Who knows? Composite armor has been researched. Surged me towards having basically sort of mechanized dudes. I'll put the city onto collective minds now. Could maybe splash a bit of cash, seeing as nobody wants to really trade with me or cede my religious demands. I'll just keep spending my money on my own cities then. Nobody's emerged. People have emerged as friends, but sort of reluctant friends, I can't help but feel, toward the end of the game here. A slight sort of disinterest or distrust. Unbelievable, I know. But it does exist. Shocking. Really shocking. I'll just keep scouting with these boats. I think that's fine. These guys can keep pillaging. These guys, we're waiting on an upgrade. We don't have the oil to do so. So we just won't. That's fine. If we don't have the oil, no one else does. So in theory, it's at least a fair fight. But with all of my extra buffs to my combat strength, hopefully we can kind of outplay them. There's a harbour successfully pillaged, actually. So I might sail around this way. Just sort of stretch my naval might a little bit. Could consider looping around and just teaching Huck a lesson on the final turn too, if he's going to play it like that. He's going to play it like that. He's within range because of my massive movement. Actually, likewise, with the U-boats. Let's move the U-boats into a slightly more useful position, probably down here, I'd say. These guys are just desperate for upgrades, but they can't be anymore because of the oil. I unfortunately can't just upgrade them along one upgrade track. I have to do both or neither. So, I'm going to have to forego that. If I've got any. Oil incoming in 2 turns if I've got any. Oh, mister, I don't want to cede my religion to you, but I'll happily take your money for my oil. Unbelievable. Love it. Okay. How does the rest of the world look? Looks like we have one pending crisis point with Huck. Stop my trade agreements. They're kind of weird. Oh, that was me. My mistake. I think that was by pillaging some harbours and stealing a bit of cash money from them. Otherwise, I am ready. Turn is ended. Dusk, how's your recovery shaping up? Rather average. I guess I could swat Huck down to enable that recovery too, seeing as he didn't want to embrace my religion, which I so kindly offered him, and he so blatantly rejected it. All my homies hate U-boats. Hate U-bouts, rather. Amazing. 5 turns until the end. 5 seconds until the end of this turn, and then we've only got 3 left to go. There's potential for some large jumps in fame, depending on things like technologies, era stars. You'll see I hopelessly have access to almost none of them. Again, it was being able to search through all of these military stars, I think, that gave me the final kick and leg up that I needed after successful fight after successful fight. Which was in part due to my lucky start. Also, likely in part due to the fact that a few people who declared war might have been better off to stay peaceful and trading for a little bit longer while they continued to build up their empires. There was definitely always inevitably going to be a time to strike. Maybe it was because I forced their hand by not tolerating skirmishes in my border and launching the counter-aggressive. I would argue my hand was forced. Reload or call it. If people are happy to call it, I'm happy to call it here, I think. Unless people would like to play the last few turns. Yeah, we can reroll. Let's reroll. If we've got a call for a reroll, we'll reroll. It shouldn't take too long, and hopefully with some relatively smooth, quickly ended last turns, we should be okay. But we'll try and reroll it here. Just because, if the players who are a little bit closer together think that they can still stage some sort of comeback, or if they still have some final plans, we'll give them the time to play that out. We've only got a couple of turns left after all. And as I was saying, so long as you've got the time to keep joining us, if you have to leave early because it's quite late for you or because you have other commitments, that's totally fine for you to tap out now. Don't feel like you have to stay because we're choosing to reroll. You're welcome to disconnect from the lobby and end the session at any point if it's getting a bit late for you. Or, you know, you have other commitments. Totally fine with that, so please don't feel pressured to stay. But if you'd like to stay, I think we should find a suitable conclusion here. Most definitely. What an absolute whomper of a stream today. We just surged over the 4-hour mark. It's been a long time since I've been able to stream this long. So good. So good. Still around sort of 85 to 90-ish viewers. Thank you everybody who's tuned in so far. Even if you were just here for a few minutes. The average watch time on this stream has been very high though. So it looks like a lot of you have been here for a considerable part of the journey. Thank you so much for being here. Likewise on Twitch too. So good. Shorty, hey. Yes, it is the 75 limit turn timer. Yeah. So as soon as this reload finishes, we're about 2/3 of the way through it now, there'll be at most 4 more turns, assuming a player doesn't reach another victory condition before then, of course. The turn timer is the sort of our final gap stop here, just to make sure that we reach a reasonable conclusion, because I'm very aware that there'll be players in this game now for whom it's 2:30 in the morning? 3 in the morning? Dare I say? And they're calling for the re-roll, which is a good sign to me, I think, of good things to come. Let me just make sure that I have the... Where are we? The YouTube chat up here as well. Good vibes. Good stuff. Ah, thanks, Pastor, for the really good vibes. I'll be sure to add a live icon to the next stream. I'm interested in the effect it has. I am interested in the effect it has, if it makes it more obvious. Initially suggests yes, but it's kind of hard to tell, to be fair. Kind of hard to tell, because of course there's a lot of difference between different live events. This one is very different from a normal stream, because we're playing multiplayer. Okay, we've made it back into turn... Oh, cool. Actually, we're in turn 71, which is great. We lost Dusk. Alright. We may have to just continue. Is there a hot join? Unfortunately, we might have to just continue regardless there. What do we think? Cheeky survive game next. See? Incredible. Okay, I'm just gonna upgrade a couple of units and just end that turn. If it moves through smoothly, we will continue. Yeah, we will continue. It's good, she's fine. I hope so. Sorry about that, Dusk, that we lost you just right at the end there. Likely due to maybe connection and stability issues, I'm guessing. I don't know. But it does look like we're sort of moving through smoothly, so we will just persevere on. maybe the AI will lift you to greatness. You never know. To be honest, I wouldn't discount it. It does. It's not a fool. It knows what it's doing. It's bit me many times, put it that way. Not that I'm the best player in Humankind, but it's bit me handily. So maybe the rogue AI influence could be of service. Let's find out. I'm probably just going to go collective minds everywhere now, I think, seeing as we're moving toward the end of the game. Let's embrace the full scientific madness that we have on offer. Also in the city of Yikes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Agra as well. Why not? I'll buy one more U-boat up there and call that a day. I don't need to claim a wonder because I don't have anywhere to build it. Everybody is on science. And we're generating now around 17,600. We're about to complete our research institute before the end of the game as well, which is always good. Let me station that unit. Let me station that unit. Let me station this one. And end my turn. Brilliant. And I wasn't even last. I wasn't even last. Protected needs a better PC and internet connection. I need a better internet connection, don't we all? Yeah, we all do. We all do. Definitely not your fault. Sorry you got disconnected, but nice to see that you're in chat at very least here, Dusk. Sorry we lost you in the last couple of turns. I feel bad. I feel really bad. Just waiting on Devilish to end their turn. No, I wasn't completely annihilated, so it's better than I thought I'd do. Man, you are part of the greatest alliance of all times against all odds as well. We had a lot thrown at us. Let it be remembered. We had a lot thrown at us. Look at this. The city's now prosper. 12 population, 15 population. Look at the prosperity that stability has provided to the people of Devilish. Nuclear weapons, we say no. Nuclear disarmament only in these lands. Press freedom, we say no. Propaganda only in these lands. I acknowledge it's a bit of a strange balance. Oh, Dusk, thank you for joining in on such an awesome game, and thank you for 15 shekels. Dusk says, I lost my internet connection, lol. Was really fun playing with you and the others. Isn't it so good? Community multiplayer Humankind. So fun. Seriously, I hope that you did really genuinely enjoy it. It seems like you did. Thank you so much. It is a little bit of admin involved in measuring it and planning ahead and finding the right weekend and the right moments where we can have the right people, including myself, including Huck. Huge, again, shout out to Huck for helping with the administrative side of wrangling this together, and also relies on a little bit of luck. For example, when I posted and replied to people and said, hey, you can come in and be part of this lobby, some of them just didn't reply. So there's also a little bit of wrangling people that, for whatever reason, it's no shame on them. You're too busy, you missed the notification, you forget to check back at the post, you can't make it anymore, right? There are loads of reasons why. And it doesn't matter, because we always invite a little bit extra, anticipating that will happen. But just something important to remember, that I really appreciate all of the effort that goes in, not just on the help on the administrative side, on getting it set up and planned, but also on you for joining, because I realize that the time zones are tricky. Trust me, I do. And I appreciate the flexibility and the dedication involved in committing a number of hours to a live stream. So just a massive shout out to all of these fine attempts and efforts on this list. We'll see the names of the players, of course, again at the end of the game. I can also hover over them down here, so you can get a feel for who's in our lobby. Devilish, just waiting on you to end your turns, friend. Maybe a quicker turn end wouldn't go amiss. This is my greatest diplomatic message. My final message. The Brits would like to trade. Seeing as we're waiting around, we may as well, I guess, enable them to trade with me. All good, all good, all good. Honestly, it's no stress. Don't panic. If it's not working for you, it's not working for you. That's just part of the process of playing a 7-player across the world multiplayer match. The Dutch have decided to make it kind of annoying at the end of the game. Like and subscribe, and declared a last-minute war. We, in the interest of protecting time and people, won't choose to engage at all in that conflict. Not interested whatsoever. We've got enough defenses here to be totally fine for the next forever. And this is of no threat. So I'll just bring the U-boats back. We'll probably just sink any and all of their efforts. I noticed that like and subscribe has fallen. There's maybe some poetic justice in taking that. But let me just show them what a U-boat does to crappy boats. Yeah. We'll tidy that up. We'll tidy that up. We'll act against the climate changing. We will... Holy moly. Queue up the remainder of the late game technologies. Almost made it through to them. And this militarized border ended up being almost an entire waste of time for the whole game. How about that? I remember it exists, so I'll trigger this fight. We'll have one last hurrah. I probably might even lose this one due to numbers. However, I note that I have boats, whereas all of these numbers are largely land units with almost no land tiles to stand on. So they're going to have nowhere to deploy. That's going to force them out into the sea. And it looks like even more land units are coming in, which is going to be even more disastrous. However, it was a last-minute loss for me. I might go in for round 2. Let's do it. Let's just throw everything at this conflict. Generate some extra military stars. Maybe the player in second can benefit greatly from generating all these stars. Oh, unfortunately, they lost the second round of that fight. Unfortunate for you. And all of those units were destroyed. Did add a nice little kicker to your fame, though, by the looks, maybe. Up to 11,000 now. Not terrible. And here we are, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an extra long stream, and like I say, one that I'm really grateful for all of the effort that went into. I know how doing this kind of admin and planning can present some challenges, and I really appreciate the support in completing them. So again, huge shout out to, especially to you, Huck, but also to all of the moderators who keep us safe in the chat. To everybody who's joined us today as well for this incredible journey. What a game. What a time. As I click end turn, looks like we're just Gecko in the final turns, and fair enough as well, because there's maybe one final opportunity to eke a little bit of extra fame or something out, although it doesn't look like it's going to mess with the final standings, which remained relatively consistent once the new world order was established. Didn't they really? Sort of two main powers, that group in the middle, who were bogged down by conflicts, largely unsuccessful. And then the Great Alliance at the top and bottom of the fame tree. Devilish, the only player to accept my call for an alliance when I put out the call. Devilish, I appreciated that. And hopefully we managed to steal some just desserts, some just rewards for you at the end of the stream there. Woof. I gotta admit, this went for about an hour longer than I was ready and had planned for it to. So we're gonna have a relatively short ending here at the end. But I do just want to very quickly take a look at some of these statistics and see how the game rounded out. So I'll make sure that we do that, just so that we get a conclusion, an ending to our story. I think that's important. And the connection has been lost because the host has left the game. Well, there you go. Either way, you're not getting the story recap, so hopefully you join me throughout the stream. Hats off to Gecko for getting that second place. Totally agree. That was a hard-fought, well-planned effort there. I ditto AM Hoffmeister's message. Yeah, totally. That was a freaking awesome game. That was so cool. It's so much fun. Thank you again to everybody who tuned in. Who tuned in today to watch. So appreciate it. Today it was a victory for me. Last time it wasn't. So maybe that's a little tiny taste at what I'm sure will be a relatively short-lived redemption. We're going to probably do the same thing again next month. There'll be another community session. There'll be most well, majority of positions will be open to channel members, Twitch Prime, or normal Twitch subscribers, and patrons. I'll post out a proper private post to all of you so that you can get an updated link to join the Discord as well. Makes it a little bit easier on our end. I'll also do another public draw though as well on the YouTube community channel page, and I'll tweet about it. Try and get the word out there in all of the different avenues that I currently can. And the multiplayer game has been terminated, which is amazing. Okay, great. And also, this was a really long stream, so thanks to the people who supported it. Devilish, you super chatted $1.99 multiple times, and I didn't forget. Dusk, you super chatted 15 shekels twice, and I don't forget that either. As well as Scott, who threw $7.99 Australian dollars into the ring. I don't think we had one Twitch resubscriber as well. King of Toto, thank you for supporting the dual stream over on the Twitch side. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. And otherwise, that will likely wrap me up there. I'll chuck us over onto the ending screen. Just make sure I didn't miss anything in either of the chats. Just quickly double check through. Well played, Pete. It was, actually. I got lucky with a good start, I think. I got lucky with a good start. I think my era timing was probably better than average in this game as well. I think I held on long enough early to build up a good base of fame, ignoring the military stars, and then when everybody decided to fight me, I was able to just surge and catch up on all of them. And I think that, combined with a fairly lucky start, was probably what resulted in a pretty good victory there, I'd say. Not a groundbreaking score by any means, but actually, even just to make it sort of toward the end of the tech tree in a blitz mode is quite challenging for me. So yeah, probably a good start combined with fairly decent era timings, I reckon, were the two key factors that set that game apart, maybe from an average one. Star Soldier says God start. Huck, God start. Maybe I'm actually just got really lucky. It sounds like I got really lucky with a God start. Oh, wicked. Okay, alrighty everybody, I'm gonna hit the end button here and cap that off. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you to everybody who tuned in and played against me. It was a whomper. I won't be back tomorrow, but probably the day after, I'm thinking. We'll see how we go.